Hey, happy Saturday, everybody. Hope you guys are all doing well. It is a rainy Saturday in New York. Uh, it's about time, I guess. I don't think we've been getting a lot of rain lately, so I guess this is probably needed. It is what it is. We got to deal with it. But I hope you guys are all doing well. Um, Let me see here. A little quick check. It's currently 60 degrees and raining, going up to a high of 68. Tomorrow, whoa, wow. Raining and 63. Monday, raining and 60. Tuesday, raining and 66. And then Wednesday, partly sunny, 68. And then Thursday, ooh wee, chilly willy, uh, sunny and 58. And then Friday, partly sunny and 59. So yes, the weather is definitely changing. But then if you look about 3 or 4 days later, it's in the 70s again a couple days. So hey, you know how the weather be. Anyway, hope you guys are all doing well. As always, we are blessed and very fortunate to wake up and be able to open our eyes and walk on this earth. Wishing you the best for yourself, your loved ones, family, friends, everybody are in the best of health. So, Knicks are back, baby. They are back in the States. They had their preseason game versus Minnesota. We got to see them go out there and continue to work on the new style, the new system. And we even found out later that uh, Mike Brown didn't make any play calls. He just let them go out there and orchestrate the offense to the best of their abilities, which is a good thing, actually. I think that's a very smart move. That's like, it's like you grading a paper. I mean, not grading a paper. You like initiating a test, right? Let's see where you guys are at so we can understand if y'all picked up the information. So yeah, it's a good thing. And I think they did pretty well considering there weren't any play calls called. So I think they went out there, they continued to move the ball. There weren't many ISO moments. Of course, you're going to see a couple here and there because people have to score, but there weren't many ISO moments. And it was a good mix of the starters moving the ball and trying to pass the ball to find better shots, as well as the bench doing the same thing. Of course, obviously, as we watched the game, the Knicks really didn't have it shooting wise. A lot of guys struggled. So, but the good thing about it is that in the end, they still won the game. Thanks to the bench. They did take them getting to overtime, but the point is they won. So it's a good thing. It's a positive that they were able to kind of work through all of that bad shooting and still, put a dub up there. I think it's a good thing. Um, Obviously, the Giannis news. Everybody's talking about it. Um, as soon as it broke, and the story about him being interested and really, considering the Knicks at the top of his list as a destination to go, everybody's been talking about it. And I've just been kind of sitting back and waiting for Saturday's show so we could discuss it here. Um, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. We're gonna have a lot to talk about. Outside of that, we're still here playing the waiting game, trying to find out what's going on with this trade. We know the Knicks only have one spot available. They obviously want to keep Brogdon, and so he's probably going to get that last spot. But then, you got a guy like Shamit who hasn't played bad. And I know for some people, you look at Shamit and you're not seeing a bunch of like flashy stuff to make you say, "Oh yeah, he's balling. He needs to be here." But remember, Shamit is a proven NBA player. He does what he does. We know what it is already. We only saw it in a small sample size 1 year with us and limited playing time on the Tibbs, but we know what Shamit is. So it's I don't know, man. It's tough. I'll be honest. I keep saying it. I hate it that we're in this situation. But the more and more we play these games, I continue to see Garrison Matthews as somebody who can help this team. I don't know. I don't know. I've seen different things. I see people talking about how the Knicks should not mortgage the future. And they should keep the Koliks or the Dadiers of the world instead of trading them to free up spots to add Shamit and keep a Brogdon. Then I've seen the reverse, whereas people are saying, you know what, we're trying to win now. These guys are proven NBA players, and if we need them to step up, they have the ability to step up and help the team. Don't worry about the kids. Let's get rid of Kolik and Dadier and move on, and let's bring these guys, make sure these guys are on the team so we can use them when we need them. As far as Brogdon and Shamit go. So I don't know. It's tough. This is tough. I mean, I hope people don't think this is an easy decision to make. It's not. I mean, I know some people have already moved on from Kolik, so I get it. But Dadier is a different story. And so this isn't an easy decision to move on from Dadier when you know Dadier is your best trade asset. And listen, please, guys, forget about Deuce. I am not ready to trade no Deuce just to free up a roster spot. I'm not doing it. Deuce is a lot more valuable than that. So I don't even want to talk about Deuce. And the other thing is that you really get to see how Knick fans, and I don't know if it's a New York thing or what, but Knick fans get real finicky when it comes to players. And just because somebody's available, they don't care. And they're just like, you know what? We'll trade whatever it takes to bring this person in. And I just don't think that's the right thing to do. I don't think that's how you look at things. Like, how are you going to, first off, what would be the point of trading for Giannis Antetokounmpo if you got to trade Jalen Brunson? What? Why? What? Like, somebody needs to make it make sense to me. What would Giannis Antetokounmpo be in a New York Knicks uniform if Jalen Brunson wasn't here to go alongside of him? What's the point? Wouldn't he? It's just be like he's in a Milwaukee Buck. What's the difference? You understand what I'm saying? Like, the last couple years, has Giannis won an NBA championship? Last couple years, did Giannis not get knocked out in the first round a couple years back? I mean, I think the difference is you take that same Milwaukee team and put Jalen Brunson on it. Now you're talking, right? Why would you bring Giannis to the Knicks and even fix your mouth to say, I'm going to put Jalen Brunson on in the trade going backwards? What would be the point of bringing Giannis here? I think that's what it, I'm so like, I don't understand. I'm like, what does a fan think is the point of acquiring a talent like Giannis if he's not going to be able to play with Jalen Brunson? That's the whole point. You see what Jalen Brunson can do, but some of you might say, well, we want to win a championship, and maybe that's not enough. So why would you think I'm going to trade Jalen Brunson for Giannis? Now that makes everything right. What? Doesn't make sense. I'm glad the New York Knicks said Jalen Brunson is untouchable. and he's not up for any trade discussions. I'm glad they did that because people are making up all these mock trades, and I'm seeing Jalen Brunson's name mentioned more and more. I'm like, what is this? What would be the point? Like, how are you running a team and you think I'm going to trade for Giannis and then trade Jalen Brunson out of here, and now Giannis is here with nobody else? What are we talking about? And I'm not saying nobody else, like nobody, but you're going to have Giannis here with Cat, two bigs. Who's going to get them the ball? And when they collapse on the bigs, who else is going to score? Who's going to break down the defense and get into the lane? Who? What are we talking about? I don't know. Yeah, y'all threw me for that one. I was like, what am I looking at here? I was shocked. I've already said this multiple times. Some people may not appreciate what Jalen Brunson brings to the table. And I do know that sometimes Jalen Brunson can get a little, tunnel vision when it comes to his game, ISO ball, the dribble stuff and all that stuff. Yes. But let's not forget the rest of what that brings and how good of a player he is and what he's done for the team and how he can take over a game. He's the type of player that you look at and you say, take Jalen Brunson and put him on Minnesota right now. Minnesota can win the championship. Take Jalen Brunson and put him on Denver with Jokic. Denver wins the champion. Well, I don't want to say automatically, but they could win the championship. You know what I mean? Take Jalen Brunson and put him with LeBron and the Lakers, with everything else they got going on over there with Doncic and whoever else they added to the team, they could win the championship. Jalen Brunson is the key factor in my equation here. He's the piece that a lot of teams are missing, but you're not getting him because he's a Knick. So you want to play with Jalen Brunson, you're going to come over here. That's what I'm trying to say. I think people undervalue Jalen Brunson because of how you've seen him play in Tom Thibodeau's system. Yes, it worked for Jalen Brunson, and he became a really good version of himself when it comes to scoring. But yeah, we could see him doing more if he's used differently, and he's going to be used differently. So stop trying to put Jalen Brunson in this basket of this is all he is, this is all he can be. I hate having to bring up the past all the time when I talk about him, but I feel like when I do talk about him, people forget that when he was with Dallas, he was a different Jalen Brunson. The only time he was the Jalen Brunson that we're used to is when Doncic was out. That's when he had to step up and become more of a scorer. But when Doncic was playing, he was a more playmaker, pass the ball, get you open type of laying the cut, give the team whatever they need type of Jalen Brunson. And that's what it seems like a lot of Knicks fans are hoping he can become again, because I think they feel like that's going to make the rest of the team better. And I'm not mad at that. That's cool. As long as Jalen Brunson can give us what he can give us in his own time and still help make other people on the team better, I'm not mad at it. But we're going to talk about this a little deeper because I do have some concerns. I've got some concerns. So I'll wait till we get the panel going and we're able to kind of get into it with everybody else. But there's some things that I think we need to look at and think about. But outside of that, guys, let's cut it out. Let's stop throwing Jalen Brunson in trade talks. He's the captain of the team. And just because you may not have been happy with the way he played all the time, doesn't mean, one, that's how he's going to play this year, and two, that you throw away a difference maker. He is a difference maker, okay? Let me tell you something. The reason why people want to come to New York and play is not just because the Knicks win games or they have Mike Brown here or the Cats here and then they look like a better team. It has a lot to do with Jalen Brunson being here. As I drink my pumpkin spice latte, pinky up for flavor. All right. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Good to see you. Appreciate you. He said, good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Appreciate you, Walter. Shout out to JJ in the building. What up, JJ? He says, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. Congrats on a great Giants win versus the rival Eagles. By the way, I heard the team in the Bronx got eliminated by a Blue Jay. Is that true? Yeah, listen, it was definitely a very good win by my New York Football Giants over those Eagles. Um, I said it before, and I'll say it again. I thought coming into the season with the way the Giants built out the team, they could win anywhere from 7 to 9 games. Okay. And I still feel that they might be able to get to 7. Maybe I'm more. I took a look at the roster yesterday, and I carved out 4 more wins that I think they could do. So that would bring them to 6 wins. And then you got other games where they might have to upset some people. So, listen, I think the Giants can win anywhere between 6 and 8 games. I thought before the season started maybe 7 to 9, but I'm not sure. I think 6 to 8 is a little bit more realistic. Unfortunately, of course, would you want them to win more? Yeah, but the Giants do have the toughest schedule in football. It's for a reason. The competition level is high, so I can't all of a sudden think that they're going to be able to beat all these teams. But I will say that the Giants are flying high as far as confidence, and we can see confidence makes a big difference. All right. Nick Nation in the building. What up, Nick Nation? Appreciate you. Good morning and salute. And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. Hey family, I'm so happy that we won the game on Thursday when we play against Minnesota. And I went to the game. Oh, nice. Let's go, Lena. Good for you. David Smith is in the building. What up, David? Says salute to Ron in the chat. Double big lineup, a big no-no. Moving Cat to power forward makes his offense worse and takes away the big edge Cat has against opposing centers. Keep Cat at center. I hear where David is coming from. The only thing that I can say differently is we got to let it play out, because I think Mike Brown wants to use Cat in different ways. And so because of that, let's see what happens, because if Cat is moving around a little bit more, he's not going to be just stationary power forward. He'll be able to kind of move around on the floor, and he'll be able to create mismatches, because remember, the defense switches too. The Knicks switch a lot, but defenses switch too. So you don't know what his matchup is going to be. In what Mike Brown is trying to do. That's all I'm saying. I get it that traditionally, if this was Tibbs and the way he runs it, I would probably agree with you, David. I would say I don't want to see them do it either that way, because I wasn't that happy with the way it looked. But because Mike Brown wants to do it and wants to have people moving, I said, let's give it a shot. Let's check it out and see what it is. And I don't think Mike Brown is going to be like, he's not beholden to anything. You know what I mean? He's willing to try different things. If it's not working, he'll move on. Shaw Powers is in the building. Salute. What's going on, Shaw? One half of the Knicks Real Talk crew. Please continue to show them love and support. They get you right before the game. Now they're getting you right after the game. You know what I mean? Appreciate you as always, my brother. He says, salute chat and the panel. Salute panel, and let's get it. Nostalgic Nick is in the building. What up, Nostalgic? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. She says, salute Ron G. What up, Carrie? Carrie Cox in the building says, salute Ron. Just Nix is in the building. What up? Salute. We got Darlene Bryan in the building. Says, morning, Ron. What up, Darlene? Let's go. Latoria. We are. They is. Let's get it. Hey. Oh, Tori B is in the building. Morning, folks. Let's go. What's up, Tori? Rasul Thomas is in the building. What's going on, Rasul? Says salute everyone. Leon Mitchell's in the building. Say, I'm just happy not to see any more ISO Brunson. I can dig it. I can dig it. D Rex is in the building. What up, D Rex? Landry Shamit, -7 last game. Why we dying to keep him? Because remember, guys, you can't judge how these guys are playing because Mike Brown is playing everybody. These guys aren't even getting a good amount of minutes, right? So not only are they not getting a good amount of minutes, he's playing everybody and they're moving the ball around to give everybody touches so that they can be, so they can be shown, right? So that the coaching staff can have a look at them and see what did they do, how did they look, you know what I mean? This is not it's tough because this is not a regular setting. He's been playing anywhere from 13 to 18 people, 13, 17, whatever it is. You can't really judge guys off of that. You can't, because not for nothing, he came in the game, he hit a three, right? And he missed his other 3 shots. But he also got a block and he played good defense on the guy he was guarding. Does anybody talk about that? Nope. He was also playing with the second unit a lot, right? The second unit was down at points, but then again, the second unit came back, but he wasn't on the floor. So it's tough. And I told you guys about these plus and minuses when it comes to this. You can't, unless you look at the individual plus or minus, it's tough to really say. Hold on, let me see. If I'm gonna say it, I can easily look it up, right? Hold on. Let me see what it says. Scores. Okay, so that was, what day was that? I want to see. This is giving me the wrong stuff. Let me try it this way. This is Fugazi right here. Let's go. How do I click on the new season on Basketball Reference? It's kind of weird. I don't know. Let's try this. All right, I'm gonna look for it, guys. It's not showing me the preseason games. Let me try it. I know what I'll do. Let me try Landry Shamit stats, because stats will give me. There we go. What? It's not. I know they got to be. They're not tracking the preseason on Basketball Reference. Okay, well that kind of defeats my purpose there. All right, but we'll do it. I guess we got to wait till the regular season, unless I find it. But once we get to the regular season, I'll show you guys the difference between the plus and minus that you see in a regular box score and the plus or minus of an individual player that gets tracked. I'll show you guys the difference. All right, let me move on. Sorry about that. Coach Sire is in the building. What up, Coach? It's a SKF Ron. Salute. D-Rex says ditch Brogdon and Shamit, keep Garrison. Yeah, I think you guys don't look. I'm not. I told you guys I'm not the biggest Malcolm Brogdon fan, but I can tell you that what you're seeing in this preseason is not going to be a representation of his value. It will be very different in a regular season game. So that's all I can say. And I'm not even a fan of him. So Leon says they need to keep Gary Bird, Garrison Matthews. I mean, I know it. I don't want to get rid of him either. I don't know. Shout out to Jarvis LaFleur from, what's going on, Jarvis? Good to see you, brother. Says salute, Ron. Shout out to John and Jose. Appreciate you, bro. Let me see here. All right. I'm breezing. Oh, I see. This is I hate you guys. Y'all talking about when I was talking about trading Brunson. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, I hear you, Darlene. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. You can't think you're gonna get somebody like a Giannis and then get rid of Brunson. Like what are you doing? What's the point? I don't know. Shout out to Animal Lex in the building. What up, Animal? Says salute everyone. Right now we trying to win a ring, so we need the veterans, not the rookies. Okay, I see your point. And of course, I'm congested as usual. I don't know what it is, man. I don't. First off, I didn't even want iced coffee. I wanted a hot coffee. I don't know how we got here. All right. Don't mind me, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just breezing through. Shout out to the Boogie Down BX in the building. He says in hockey, just remember when Edmonton traded. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me put that up. He said in hockey, just remember when Edmonton traded Gretzky, it was riot. Same thing would happen in New York if Brunson got traded. I hear that. Latoria says it's because they want to play with Jalen Brunson. Yeah, obviously, nobody wants to come here and watch Jalen Brunson go out the other way. Like, you want to be here with Brunson. And here's another thing. You can tell that Giannis obviously wants to be here with Brunson because he's mad about the fact that they did what they did with, Dame Dallas. He's like, how do you make this trade and don't tell anybody? And he was like, I didn't sign off on that Miles Turner deal. Like, and not only you bring in Miles Turner, but you already owe Dame all that money and you leave it on the books. So now you're paying him and you're not getting anything from it. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, he's not happy about that. Bodega Wi-Fi in the building because and also shout out to Latoria B. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army as well. Appreciate you. Shout out to Bodega Wi-Fi because of Wimby potential dominance. Having Cat and Giannis is ideal for the future. Besides the international prestige, I get it. I'm not mad at the thought. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Says JJ, don't worry, just hang your 2007 and 2025 banners with pride. It's okay. It's okay, Crim's dad. It's all right. Listen, we all are suffering right now in different ways. We are the little engine that could but didn't, and you guys, just got hit with a Blue Jay buzzsaw. Blue Jays are good. Don't take nothing away from them. And y'all know the Yankees weren't really put together that great either. They have some flaws and some issues. Let's not forget what they were a couple months ago with all them errors, and we talking about what is going on. Everybody's like calling for Boone's head. They need to make some changes. But they definitely have they're in a better place than the Mets are. I will say that at the moment. Shout out to Wolverines 1986 in the building. Stop these Brunson trades. So he is our leader, captain, our MVP, our best player, Mr. Clutch. Yep. So no deal, Mr. Clutch. I think that's what he's trying to say. Damn. Grim's dad says Giants my team. I think 3-14. Nah, they already won 2 games. They got what? I don't even know how many games they played. 4? How many? 6? I don't even know. I'm tripping. Whatever. It's a 17 game season. I think we're gonna win more than 3 games, bro. They got the Cowboys again, and don't get me wrong. I know the Cowboys are decent, but the Cowboys aren't that good. They got to play the Patriots, who are okay, but I just think the Giants match up well with them. That's just my opinion. They got to play the Bears. I think the Giants could beat the Bears. And I forgot. There's another team that they got to play that I think the Giants can beat. But I don't know. Anyway, next up is Denver next week, so that should be pretty tough. Um uh-huh. Knicks will be 2026 champs is in the building. What up? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Ahmad Noble's in the building. Said postseason stats outweigh preseason. Shamet came back after a serious injury and balled. I can dig it. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here, Ahmed. Travel Vibes is in the building. It's the top of the afternoon. Salute, family. What up, Travel? Good to see you. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. Salute, Ron. Salute my diehards in the SKF chat. Yeah, I'm going to have to make some tea, man. Make some tea to get my vocals right. I'm over here deep with the Barry White voice. Kareem Grant is in the building. What up, Kareem? Salute, Ron, the Don. Peace, bro. Salute to the chat. What's going on, my brother? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Harry Pierre is in the building. Says Sin, Kolick, and Dadier keep the vets. Okay. What up, Harry? Said Ahmed Noble. He said Yabusele is going to replace OG if we want to re-sign Mitch and do somebody got to go. Yeah. Oh. You might be right. I don't know. Shout out to Dripmore in the building. Yo, Ron, salute. What up, Dripmore? Salute. Let's go. Preferred barber of the still Knick fans and the Knicks community in the building. Hey, let's go. Dripmore says, celebrating my big 50 in Jamaica, bro. Ocho Rios just waking up from 21 shots of liquor. Sheesh. Happy birthday, Dripmore. Appreciate you, my guy. Enjoy yourself. Be safe out there, though. I know you're on one of them islands near the beach. Enjoy yourself, brother. Shout out to Allah Wise in the building. What up, Allah? Said peace. Brooklyn, keep on taking it. Let's go. Right. Yeah, I don't know, man. This congestion be crazy. All right. Okay, cool. All right. So I got to the bottom of it. Now we here. Hey. All right. Anyway, I'm done. Let me put that link out there. Okay. Please, guys, thank you for being here. As always, shout out to everybody on X, YouTube, or Facebook tuning in. Please smash that like button on YouTube. Please share out on Facebook and X and let people know we rocking here. Shout out to Hector Gaston in the building. What up, Hector? He said, and good to see you, bro. He said the Giannis talk is kind of killing the season opener for me. We're going to have a great season with or without. I agree, bro. I agree. I mean, listen, I'm not saying we shouldn't think about it and not go after a guy like that. I'm just saying, we got a team here and we got a job to do. Let's rock out. Let's do what we got to do. We don't need no distractions either. Let me see. Okay. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy Yuri. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, I'm against getting Giannis. This is Melo 2.0. He's injury prone ever since 2022. He hasn't been able to get out of the first round. Continuity first. So I will tell you, Yuri, that I agree with the fact that it's not a no-brainer, even though he's a very great player. I don't want to say a good player. He's a great player. He is getting a little older. Not that he's old. I'm saying like now the injuries are starting to happen. He puts his body through a lot of wear and tear out there on the court, the way he plays. So it's happening. I do want to say that I was like this last year or 2 years ago. I used to think that, Giannis was going to be a problem because he don't really shoot, right? And I'm like, at some point, the being able to jump, the athleticism is going to slow down a little bit. The foot speed might get a little slower. And so the defense will be a little easier to try to slow him down. And with him not being able to shoot, I was like, eventually he's not going to be as dominant as he was. However, I will say that he has still been very dominant. If you just look, when Giannis is out there in the playoffs, whenever he's putting up, 30 points, 20 rebounds, 18 rebounds, like he's still been very dominant and playing good defense. So maybe his slowdown is not here yet. You know what I mean? So I don't want to take that away from him. He's still very good. Health-wise, yes, the injuries are, he's starting to get the nagging injuries. But I still think that when you look at his impact, it's a move that you have to really figure out how to make without damaging your team. And you have to understand what's going to make it work. First off, you got to have Brunson, right? And that's the difference. That's the other thing I wanted to say, Yuri, when it comes to Giannis. I agree with you, but Giannis with a Brunson on the team is a different Giannis because it's not all on him. Remember, last couple of years, Giannis has been struggling to find a number two that can hang with him. And Dame looked like he could be the guy, but Dame used to be hurt too. Dame was dealing with a lot of injuries himself. And then you didn't have a competent third. Like before, he could rely on Middleton. Before, Giannis had a very good Drew Holiday, right? And he had a really good Middleton to go along with him. Now he's been a partial Dame and him being hurt here and there, and then no third. So you bring him to the Knicks and he's going to have a third. He's going to have a great 1-1, right? It'll be him and Brunson, and then you're going to have a great third. I don't know who the third would be, but it doesn't matter. If it's Macau, if it's OG, or if it's Cat, that's a nice, third to go with. So I don't think that you would see the same Giannis, output if he came to the Knicks. The Knicks would be a better team, and they would go far. Maybe win it all. I don't know, but they would go far. But I do know that I hear what you're saying about him getting injured and stuff. That stuff is starting to happen. Yes, it's true. Knicks will be 2026 champs. Says, did the Giants lose every home game last season? That's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to look that up, my brother. That's a good question. Shout out to D Coolest in the building. Says salute, Ron. What up, D Coolest? Good to see you. I mean, that price tag is nuts. I hear that. That price tag is crazy. He said, Ahmad Noble said, Giannis will not age well and won't be worth $75 million a year. That is a crazy price tag. D-Rex says, Giannis is going to kill your spacing, and his play style is not going to hold up as he ages. He's very explosive and physical. It's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. Knicks will be 2026 champs. Says this roster is good enough to win it all. If they weren't, I'd be on board with trading for Giannis. I'm with that too, bro. I definitely think that we could win it all the way we are. Let me get my guy in here. What up, Sha?
What's going on, Ron? What's going on with you, man?
Hey,
Everything
man.
pretty good, man. Salute to the family in the chat. What's going on, Ron?
Another day, another congested coffee. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you. I gotta look at ditto.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
So let me see. Hold on. 40 times scope is in the building, says his skill set works with Mike Brown's offense. It does, but I know people were talking about it. I don't know yet. I haven't really done a deep dive in my own opinion about it, but I know some people were saying that, Giannis might, in order for Giannis to be here, he might actually have to run the point and bring the ball up because of his style of play, which is something he's done with Milwaukee in the past. But I don't know. I mean, it's a question we got to see. I'm gonna leave. Oh, I'll put it back out there. I already put it out there, but I guess you didn't see it, D-Rex. I'll put it back out there. Hold on. Paste the link. There we go. Sherwin's in the building. What up, Sherwin? Chris Gotti's here. What up, Chris? All right. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, "Let's go Knicks." Appreciate you, my guy. All right, let me bring my guy in here. Let me find, where's my 3? Oh, there it is.
Yo.
Hey, what up, D-Rex?
What's up, y'all? Yes, y'all.
How you doing? And let me do this real quick. First off, let me just say that I want to make sure that everybody is very comfortable up here and understands that their voice is welcomed and we enjoy the dialogue and enjoy the conversation. Sometimes we may not always agree on things, but I just want to make sure that, from me to you, D-Rex, I hope you understand. Last time we were on the show, we got into a lot of stuff. It was a good conversation, but I do know that you were the opposing view, and I felt like a lot of people were coming at you in reference to your opposing view. But I hope you understand that everybody respects you here. I appreciate you, and I don't want you to feel ganged up on. You know what I mean?
Listen, Ron, it's not something that's foreign to me. I'm used to it. I generally have played this role in my life. It's something that's not alien. I respect it. I appreciate it. I'm down for a tough, Aggie conversation whenever it may arise. I understand. We have our firmly held beliefs. At the end of the day, we all want the Knicks to win.
Yeah,
one way or another. That's all we want here.
And even the uncomfortable conversations when there's different points of view and people are passionate about it, those are still good and healthy because it allows us to think about this team.
The healthiest, the most necessary.
Yeah. So it is what it is.
If we all sit up here agreeing, then what is there to talk about?
True.
I always say we are on the same page, but maybe not the same paragraph. You know what I mean? So we all want the Knicks to win. That's the bottom line. You know what I mean? And some of us, are a little I don't want to say ahead of anybody else and not like that, but some of us are farther down the page and some people are still on the top of the page or a different chapter. But it's all going down to the same result that we want the Knicks to win at least 57 games this year, go to the playoffs this year, have a phenomenal playoffs berth, and see what happens when we get there. So at least I say at least a 57. That's a big odd. The odds from Vegas, I think, is 54. So I even exceeded Vegas. So I said 57. I really got us bare minimum at 59. I think we can win up to 60 something games this year, but it all depends on how everything rolls out and how quick that they can get to the cohesion of Mike Brown team.
Yeah. I hear you. Oh, this is a good question. I'm a star that. Sherwin, I got you. Give me a second. I got to do something real quick. But I'm gonna come back in, and I'm definitely gonna point out your question. Let me just say what's up to a couple people. Hold on. Did I already say what's up? I think I already did, but I'll say it again. Shout out to Chris Gotti. What up, Chris? Hold on. Shout out to Double D in the building. What up, Double D? Most of the players that make $50 million per season isn't worth it. These players are being paid an enormous amount of money without winning anything. I mean, that's true. But but this is look, we just gotta everything's changing. Baseball's changing. Football is a little slower than the other sports, but baseball's giving out big money, and basketball is starting to give out big money. So it is what it is, man. It comes with the times. So we can't even look at the money anymore, because remember, this is what I kept saying for the past 3 years. I know it looks crazy right now, because remember, until Brunson gave up that $100 million and left it on the table, people are like, oh my God, how are you paying this guy and Brunson's only making it? Now they don't say that as much anymore, because they say,
he first got signed, bro, it was a big scandal.
I mean, but eventually, as I tell you, everything is going to catch up. Brunson is going to make, at one point, his next contract, Brunson's going to make some big bucks. So he'll be fine. And then y'all be like, at that point, you'll probably be like, "Damn, why they gave Brunson so much money?" It's always going to find its way.
I'm never getting 2 discounts, bro.
Yeah.
And let's be realistic. Brunson, if I'm not mistaken, I seen 3 commercials with Brunson in it in this last.
He ain't hurting for money.
Yeah, right. He had like 3 good commercials, like real.
You know what?
Commercials.
He got a nice contract, got a nice house, beautiful wife.
Wait till the Nike drops, bro. That shoe deal.
Yeah, man. Come on. The
endorsements. He's eating for free. He's the king of New York right now.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Shout out to Anthony D in the building. What up, Anthony? AD in the building. Shout out to my brother Big 1718. Salute to you, my bro. Good to see you. It was dope chopping it up with you on the mic last night, my guy. Let me see. Okay, and let me do this. Okay, so I seriously do gotta do this, because I don't know. I don't like my congestion level. I gotta make some tea. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave y'all with a question. Y'all can chop it up while I come back.
Gotta get a neti pot, Ron.
I might need one, man, but I don't understand. Like, why am I good until I start drinking this stuff? Why?
Because it has dairy.
You get it with cream?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. Me
too. Me too.
Now, I know it has to do with age, because if it was 20 years ago, I wouldn't even be talking about this. But now you get a little older, you start having adverse effects to everything.
Do you have a humidifier, Ron?
I do, but I haven't broke it out for the winter time yet.
You're all about to get on that grind.
I know. Oh, don't worry. Especially in these New York areas, I need it.
That neti pod is life.
It makes a difference, Ron.
That neti pod is for real. I didn't think anyway. I ain't gonna say it, but that neti pod is all right.
Shout out to you, Nostalgic Nick, Acidic, and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, dope. Listen, I can't wait, brother. I can't wait. We'd love to hear you chopping it up, my bro. All right, so let me leave you with this. You guys can kind of talk about it for a little bit while I get my tea ready. Thoughts on Giannis? Not the trade. I just want you to talk about the fit. How do you think the fit would work if Giannis was on this Knick team? And you could also talk about who you think would need to be here. Not who has to be traded, but who has to be here with Giannis in the starting lineup in order to, because you can't have everybody. We know that when you make a big trade for a big guy, you're gonna lose people, but you need to have something here in place. So go ahead, Sha. You and D-Rex chop it up. I'll be right back.
Right. That is a loaded question right there, Ron. Thank you for letting me lead off with it. I mean, I'm if Giannis wanted to really come here to New York, he would have made a big uproar about it when he was in France before August. I think that all the stuff that is put out there right now is because Giannis' team puts it out there, because maybe if they're not doing as well as they're going to do by trade deadline or something like that, he'll be in an uproar. The team ain't doing that well or something like that. But the team looked pretty good. I watched them a couple of nights ago. They don't look so bad. They got some shooters, they got some scorers, they got some people that can put the basket in. And Malcolm Turner's going to make a difference for them. He's going to be a more athletic. Yeah, he's going to be a more athletic, like what's the last guy was there? The Lopez. He's going to be a better Lopez for them. And I mean, can still block shots. He's going to, he's going to definitely be able to flare out and shoot some 3-point shots. A little younger, and he's still mobile in the post. So, but for us to get Giannis, I don't even know if we really need him. But if we, it would be such a hard trade to do unless it's in the off season, because it would have to be so much stuff that has to be moved in order to get Giannis. If you're looking to get Giannis now, I believe it's about 3 players, 2 to 3 players that you're going to definitely have to give up from off this New York Knicks. What you think? What you think, Rex? You think? Well, you think they're going to go 1-on-1 with Cat?
First of
no
all,
way they're going to do that, man.
I just don't believe that it makes sense. I think people love the idea of it.
Right,
I think I think it's one of those things where like the Knicks was whack for a while. We couldn't get these big stars. Now we can, and now it's like, oh, the girlfriend the girl you wanted to get, that you weren't fly, you didn't have money, and now you got it. And it's like she already passed her prime, bro. Like I don't understand why people are just asking when like we have a team that can get us to the finals. We win one more game with this team, we're in the finals. So why are you blowing it up for Giannis, bro? It's not like you trade 1 or 2 edge of rotation. You're going to trade the core team that we know is good enough. You know, it's not a mystery.
It's definitely going to be about 3 players that will have to probably be moved in order to acquire him.
That is so key to what we're doing right now. It makes no sense. No sense. It would either only have Jalen Brunson, Cat, and Giannis, and nobody else, literally nobody else, and bums, or it would be like we completely got the core of this team. Like either Cat or JB,
because of the money, right? You're talking about probably losing Deuce. You're probably talking about letting go of Mitchell Robinson. You're definitely Josh Hart's probably going to have to be in the trade. This is not even those 2 guys that I just mentioned, not even in the trade. This is the trade probably like a Josh Hart and an OG.
It's not going to be a fair trade. It's going to be a Knicks tax. We always pay extra for this.
Of course.
It's going to be a pick.
New York Knicks don't get fair trades. Yeah, there's no fair trades. Look what we got from Malcolm Brogdon. I mean, Mikal Bridges.
Also, if you think about it with Giannis, like that's so much of that's your whole salary, like a third of your entire cap sheet in one player. So what if he has a bad year? Yeah. What if he doesn't fit with the coach? What if he gets injured? What if anything bad happens? Your whole third of your team is gone. If anything happens to him, if he doesn't have a perfect year, you lose. I don't understand the value. The risk is high and the reward is okay.
Yeah, I understand why they would want to get him, and because of the hoopla, because of having him in New York to see what he could do in New York. And yeah, it would be like what we all went through if we've been Knicks fans. For me, especially Carmelo trade. You know, what I mean, when we got Carmelo, we gave up our whole core. We gave up 4 or 5 players and draft picks and all this other stuff to get him. And for the first couple of times that we had him, even though we made it to the playoffs, we really didn't have a substantial team to really take us over the hump. And that's what will happen, I believe, over here. Yeah, you know what I mean? So right now, why not just keep the team that we have and build off of? We're still, one of the major things that we're doing right now is trying to make a 14-man roster that we still haven't achieved yet. You know what I mean? So you're talking about getting a Giannis, you're talking about depleting our almost 14-man roster down to like 11 guys and adding him, so that's 12. So now we got to get 2 more players plus have money to maybe pick up the 15th player at the end of the year.
It's going to be you and me on the bench if we get Giannis.
Right, I'm down. Yeah, I hear you. I'm gonna have to, put some Bengay on my knees, and put some lidocaine patches on my shoulders and stuff like that. But I get out there if they need me.
I just like, bro, if we literally the same team as last year with 5 points more bench scoring, we are in the finals. That's the difference.
That's the fact. We got that this year. That's one of the big reasons why I throw the caveat out there about, jokingly, but not really jokingly, if Josh Hart starts. You know what I mean? Because of what Josh Hart did with the starting unit last year. You know what I mean? But in order to get Giannis, I don't think it is feasible with this team that we have right now. Now we were talking about we had this was IQ and Rand, and then RJ and Rand doing something like that. We still had them on the team, and we were talking about getting Giannis, acquiring Giannis. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, that's a good because what we did last year would actually be what we would be going through if we got Giannis. Last year we had a stellar starting lineup and a crappy second unit. And that's exactly what will happen again. And in actuality, we would probably be able to fill out a 5-man roster. We would actually have some players in the G League and all the stuff that we would probably bring up, because all the players that we would get would be like a couple of years ago when we had Alec Burks and them $5 million contract guys and stuff like that, 5 million and under. So I don't know if Giannis is the ideal pick. And if we really wanted to get him, Brock Island's a genius at it. We would have got him this year, but we would have reverted right back to what we did last year when we picked up Mikal Bridges and Cat. We had a stellar starting unit and a crappy second unit.
Can I just, on one last point here, I feel like if you look at like the Pacers or OKC and how they're able to develop, they're not in no big city, bro. They could just focus on building their team with nobodies, whatever. They don't need a star. I feel like with the money you're able to make outside of basketball in New York is such an attractive location for a big star like Giannis that knows he's not going to be in the NBA 10 more years. Like, let me just come here, get my generational wealth, and piece out the NBA on a high. Maybe I do well, maybe I don't. I don't care. He's not here to really win, honestly. And if you look at what were the weaknesses of the Knicks last year? We had a bad bench. We weren't that fast. Our spacing wasn't that good. We didn't put up many threes. We were not that good against younger athletic teams. Which of these fixed problems does Giannis fix? Yeah. He makes most of them worse. Like, if you're really being honest.
Okay, Ron.
No, I was going to say it's tough, guys, because I hear what you're saying. At least I hear what you're saying now. I missed the other stuff, but it's tough because Giannis has a certain style of play, and you see what he does. And how does that translate for the Knicks? But I will say we can't necessarily know what it's going to be because on the Mike Brown, things are changing. Like, and we don't know how they're going to use Giannis. Just like people are talking about Cat, but Cat is going to be used a little differently. Not totally differently, but a little differently in Mike Brown's system. Brunson is definitely being used differently. You guys already see it. And I want to get to that in a little bit.
I think they're having a hard time adjusting, by the way.
Cat got a big change in where he's playing basketball this year. I'll hold on to that one too.
Yeah, he played better defense.
This is not years before.
Yeah, hold that thought. That's the next topic once we're done with this Giannis stuff. So let me pivot a little bit. Hold on. We're still staying right here though. Shout out to Randu in the building. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute, my guy. Shout out to my brother D-Ras in the building. What up, D-Ras? Good to see you. He's talking about Cat's effort. A little goofy out there. I hear you. I mean, he got big feet, bro. Yeah. King Ribby's in the building. What up, King Ribby? Good to see you. All right. I think JM3 in the building. Salute, family. What's going on, brother? All right. Let me see. All right, let me go back real quick. Let me just double check and see if this works for what we're talking about right now. Do I have to pivot? No. I can't. Sherwin, I'm holding your question, bro. It's a part of the segments. Okay, this is gonna be. We're gonna talk about Brunson and get into your question in a little bit. So thank you for it. It's definitely along the lines of what I'm talking about. You hold that thought, brother. All right, let me just read the super chat real quick. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy Ahmed Noble. Thank you for your generous super chat. He said, "Getting Giannis only makes sense if we can re-sign Deuce, Mitch, JB, Bridges, Giannis could start Brogdon, Clarkson, Gary Bird, Hart, Huck. I mean, that's not bad. Listen, I will say this. When it comes to Giannis, I think you got to have Brunson and one of the other three. Like I said, you got to have at least Mikal or OG or Cat. One of them has to be here. I do know that you got to get rid of something to bring in Giannis. I'm cool with it. I'm not saying I love it because I want all these guys to be here. But as long as you can keep one of those three, you have to keep one of those three because having Giannis with Cat is something special. It's weird because it's coming from the same area, both those dudes, and they're going to have to move. And it doesn't bother Giannis because Cat's going to be on the perimeter, so Giannis can still get into the lane whenever he wants. So it's not bad on that side. And then imagine the type of pressure that Giannis can put on the rim, command the double team, and kick it out to Cat 3. It's crazy. It sounds wild. So, and then having Brunson, that's fine. The flip side is if you trade Cat, you got to have at least OG or McCall. Don't forget, guys. How quickly we forget. We were all looking at this team and like, we gotta have a 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" wing on this team.
Yeah.
Then you get two guys to kind of fit the mold. Mikal Bridges being 6'6", 6'7" and then OG 6'9". You got two of them. Now you want to get rid of both of them for a Cat trade? I mean, for a Giannis trade? No, you got to keep one of these guys. You need that defense that they bring. You need that length, that functionality that they give us at the small forward type position. And you need another perimeter defender. Let's not forget, we're talking about possibly keeping Cat and Brunson, and we know that defense ain't that great. You're going to bring in Giannis. Yes, he can't guard everything on the floor. Okay, I don't care how good he is defensively. He can't guard everybody. We still need somebody to go along with him. So as long as you can keep one of those three with Brunson, okay, find the way to make it happen. But that's how I look at it. Anyway, that being said, let me put this up because this is a part of the thumbnail, and I know some people might be like, "So what do you mean by that, Ron? What are you trying to say?" Let me put it up. Give me a second. I can't type. What is wrong with me?
You got this wrong. Go, Ron, go.
Yeah, we there. All right. Save. Giannis wants to be a Knick. So what? That's what I'm saying. I don't say, like I said before, don't care. A guy like Giannis comes into play, you have to do your due diligence. You got to try to make an effort to make it happen, as long as it works for your team. But the flip side is the New York Knicks, like Shaw was saying, the bettors have them winning around 54 games. I personally say 55. I do think the Knicks can win more, but I'm just being, cautious. They could probably win 60, not for nothing. If the Knicks get on a roll and keep it, they could probably win 60. But if I think that this team could win 55 to 60 games, why do I have to, bother myself with going too crazy over a Giannis trade when really this team should be focusing on what they got right now, figuring out who's going to make the final cut and go into the regular season and get the job done. Because no matter what happens with Giannis, it's not happening today. It ain't happening tomorrow. So we have to go out there and get the job done. The Knicks need to go out there and play basketball, win these games, and don't worry about somebody else coming in and people getting traded. Worry about what you can do for this team now and the fact that you're here. Because I'll tell you one thing. The bottom line, here's the flip side. If the Knicks look good and they go on a nice winning streak and they look good going into like the trade deadline or whatever it may be, what would be the reason to have to pull the trigger for Giannis this season? He may want out because Milwaukee sucks or they got issues. That don't got nothing to do with the Knicks. Okay. He can, if he really wants to be here and be a part of the team and, and have a good squad out there to play with, then he will wait. We wanted Giannis 2 years ago. He wasn't ready to leave then. We wanted him last year. He wasn't ready to leave then. So now that he's ready to leave, possibly, now we got to just stop everything, even though we've been building a team to try to win a championship all this time, and we think we're close enough that it could happen. Things have to fall the right way. Guys have to step up and play the right way, and the system's got to work. But the Knicks have a really good chance. So here's the flip side, right? I want to ask everybody this. What happens if the Knicks play out the season? You know what I mean? And we worry about, Giannis in the offseason. But in the meantime, the Knicks click, go into the playoffs, do the damn thing, and win the championship. You still want Giannis?
Hell no. Can I just say something on that point, Ron? I just want to say one thing. Knicks fans, you got to know your worth. Like some people, when they grow up with a low sense of self-worth, it takes time for them to adjust to the fact that they actually do have self-worth now. You know how good it looks and how confident in what we're building it looks like? We're like, no, we don't need no Giannis. We're confident in what we're building. We're ready. This is what we need. We have everything that we need. That's a powerful move, I think. Not to say we can discard or overlook it, but That's my feeling. I'm like, we got what we need, bro.
Listen,
I'm on the side of Giannis knows if he wanted to come here or not. And if you really wanted to come here, you would have caused the KD. You'd have caused something, one of those effects. One of those big name players that want to move somewhere, and then they're gonna do nothing till you trade them there, no matter what, because that's what it would have took. Now and if we were going to do this, it should have been in July. If they wanted to make this move, it should have been right after the finals and start working on it then. When he was away and all this stuff, it's too late to do anything now. It's definitely not going to happen at the trade deadline, no matter how much Mikal Bridges. I don't think so anyway. No matter how much Mikal Bridges' contract guarantees on the first and the fifth is the trade deadline and all that other stuff to fit him into the rotation. Because I think Mikal is going to have a fantastic year this year. So whatever. If it happens, it'll probably be in the off season, and I still don't think it'll happen now, especially if we win the championship. It's definitely going to happen. We're going to go over the cap, but it ain't going to be for Giannis, in my opinion.
Yeah. Shout out to Ivory 10 in the building. Appreciate you as always. Ivory says, yeah, everyone says so what until we lose to a healthy Pacer team or a Celtics team or someone in the West, then we'll be crying for Giannis. You know,
how does Giannis help us beat them?
I hear what you're saying, Ivory, but the problem, it's always tough with the Knicks because the Knicks have been doing something every year that's different from what they did the previous year. You know what I mean? So even though we say, hey, you could say this and say that, but this past year was the first time we got to the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years. Yes, we lost to Indiana, but just because we lost to Indiana this year that passed doesn't mean we're going to lose to Indiana. I mean, an Indiana type team in the playoffs next year. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know that. The whole point of the Knicks going out and getting a new coaching staff is to do something different because what we did, we felt wasn't good enough to get us over the hump. So now they're pivoting and changing it up a little bit. So why not give the team a chance to see what it is first before you say it's not going to work the way it's currently constructed? How do we know it's not going to work? We don't know that. Everybody keeps saying, well, Mike Brown's not the answer. I don't know if Mike Brown's the answer. Mike Brown's never been the answer with the Knicks because Mike Brown's never been here. Can we let Mike Brown do his thing with the Knicks and then we'll see if he's the guy or not? We don't know anything. You want to talk about the fact that guys last year didn't step up. Guys had, underwhelming performances. Let's not forget, OG, had his worst shooting from the perimeter in a couple years. Mikal had his worst shooting from the perimeter in a couple years. Brunson's numbers went down, his worst shooting in a couple years from three. Deuce had a rough year with injuries and everything. He just wasn't what we have been used to seeing him become in the past 2 years. So when you think about all this stuff happening, you don't think that if we go into this season and guys play better than they played last year, have improved shooting, more consistency, automatically that makes the team better. So we don't know what's going to happen. You put this team in the same scenario they were in last year, and things could be totally different. So we got to give it a shot. The other thing too is nothing is foolproof, okay? Because there's a lot of things going on here. The Knicks may want Giannis. Giannis may want to be a Knick. There's also a team called Milwaukee. And if Milwaukee don't want what the Knicks are giving them, they don't have to take it. This is the whole thing about, I know, and Shah was saying it, and I know a lot of us as fans say it too. If you really want to be here, you got to force your way out. And it's true, he may have to. But remember, the thing about Giannis is he don't have a no trade clause. They can send him wherever they want to send him, now, even if he makes a big stink. And we've already seen Milwaukee's ownership is a little funky. They don't have a lot of loyalty. They might have loyalty to Giannis right now. I mean, in the past, but now if Giannis is really making his case that he wants to get out, they may start looking at Giannis the same way they look at everybody else. They had no loyalty with the other coach they had. that they were 31 and whatever, and they got rid of 31-10, I think, or 31-12, and they fired him. They had no loyalty with Budenholzer after him getting them to a championship, and then him not taking any days off and getting them through the playoffs, even though they got knocked out while his brother died. They don't show loyalty. They got rid of Dame Dollars, and they said
that's a fact.
And keep paying him $20 million per. Like, they don't care. So don't be so surprised if Milwaukee don't play ball. I'm just saying. Just saying. You gonna say something, D-Rex? My bad.
Oh no, I forgot. Sorry.
It's okay.
I mean, I guess I remember. Like, I don't really see, like, to this point, like, how does Giannis help us against those teams? You know, like, they both got further for one, you know, in the playoffs. And I would think to Sherwin's point, for me, the thing is we're a short, unathletic team. I don't want to keep sounding the thing about it, but, like, our Jalen Brunson is short. You could argue some of the other players. Deuce a little short off the bench. Jordan Clarkson 6'3", Brogdon 6'4", Shamet also 6'4". It's not huge. And you look at some of the other teams out there, I don't know. I don't want to lose the same way twice in a row. And
right.
I feel like our starting five is great, pretty much, you know, in the mix of who we have. I mean, whatever. I actually have a whole little spiel about, like, the bench guys. We did a lot of stats research. I don't have to indulge now, but I do have a whole, like, I did a lot of homework for the show. So.
I hear you. And I will tell you guys that let me look. I've had my moments. I'm gonna be real. I don't have it right now. I'll tell you right now. If Giannis is on this Knick team, Giannis is going to make a big difference defensively. He's going to lock down some of them forwards. He's going to lock down some of them power forwards, and he's going to be a problem for some of them centers defensively. We don't see it right now because we don't have a guy like a Giannis on the team, but he is super active defensively, and it'll look like night and day if he's out there with Cat. Let me tell you something right now. It'll be very different because he's so interchangeable. You can use him on the threes, you can use him on the fours and on the centers, which is a difference from Mitch. Plus, even though Mitch may be as good, you know, very good defensively in those positions, he can't move the way Giannis is fast. So Giannis can be all over, and he can even help out with the speedier guards when they're coming into the lane. Like, Giannis can hang with these people. Even in transition, Giannis gets back. So he does. I will tell you, Giannis makes a very big difference on defense. I'm not going to say he doesn't, but I'm saying you also don't want to get a Giannis and think that he cannot guard everybody. You got to keep somebody around. That's how I just want to put that out there. All right. So that's the thing. And keep in mind, guys, once again, when I say Giannis wants to be a Knick, so what? It doesn't mean we don't go after him. It doesn't mean we can't make it work. It just means we can't worry about this right now. The Knicks can't worry about it. The coach can't worry about it. We got to go out there and play ball. Let this other stuff play out.
This is just like such a perfect Knicks thing. Like, before the season even starts, we're already considering trading the entire team away to get Giannis. Some star chase. The star chase never ends, bro.
Hey, listen, it was already noted that the Knicks had inquired and they had made a semi-offer.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's not like it wasn't, oh yeah, well, you know, Giannis, you think you might want,
well,
no,
of course they're gonna inquire.
You don't want that? What about this? You don't like that? All right, then thanks, man. Thanks for taking my call though, because they sure picked up the line. That's what is out there in the atmosphere, that they answered the Knicks call, and they just couldn't get there because I believe we could have made a trade for him this year. Of course, we could have offered up 2 to 3 players. If we'd have kept maybe 1 or 2 of those picks from Mikal, and I mean, you know, we might have could have, you know, finagled a little bit. I mean, throwing this trade pick, 25 would have been gone. So we got this year's, we'd have had 28 or something like that, and gave him 2 or 3 picks with OG Anunoby and a Josh Hart and a Deuce McBride. I think it could have made it happen with 3 picks, but I think whatever we offered them, either they didn't want it, or they thought it was a low ball, or they were just taking the call. They wasn't interested in letting Giannis go. So in any of those cases, the Knicks did not have enough for whatever Milwaukee wanted.
And listen, the other thing too is, if the Knicks wanted Giannis, they can get him right now, right while we're talking on the show. But you know who they might have to give up, and they're not going to do that. Just because you want something doesn't mean we're going to give it to you. And the other thing is, you're dealing with a team that we don't necessarily know if they're being run the best way. right? So if they want something that is not realistic, doesn't mean we have to listen to them. Even if you want Giannis, Milwaukee hasn't made all the best moves anyway. So why are we looking at their competency like for what they want is what we got to give them? Who knows what the hell they want? And they know the way they're thinking right now. I don't trust their thought process. So I'm not just gonna give you whatever you think you want for a guy who wants to be out. No, it's tough.
At the end of the day, we don't know. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah,
this is the reality. And then if the trade happens, who knew that Julius Randle and Devo were going to be traded when that happened? It was like an overnight, I don't know, oh, holy moly, we're getting Cat, We're not going to know till the night before. Anyway, so why not just operate with this is what we have,
I would say don't worry about it at the moment. Let this Knick team go out there and do what they can do and see where we can go.
Let them cook.
Yeah. We can't. You know what? The problem here that I always have with New York and it's New York fans, and this is not just the Knicks, this is every team. For whatever reason, we have a complex about us, and we want to be best. We want to be the best. It is what it is. That's good. New York is a mover and shaker spot. It's 24 hours, 24/7. If you don't have that mentality, you get eaten up out here. That's cool. I get it. No problem. No big deal. But you can't always look for a savior. Every time this Knick team is getting better, we're always looking for a damn savior. We got to a point where, we might be able to win a championship. You know what? Let's go out and bring LeBron here. LeBron will get it done. Oh, we might be able to win a championship. Well, you know what? We need KD. Bring KD. I hate that. Why can't we just go out there and win? First off, last year you could say, all right, we put the team out there. They were healthy. They went out there and they had their chance and they didn't get it done. Okay, it happens. But let's not forget, there's two parts of basketball. It's the players and coaching. And last year, when it came to playing a team like Indiana, we weren't coached up enough. We were outplayed, outcoached, and we weren't ready for them. But that doesn't mean that if we played that same Indiana team, I'm talking same Indiana team this year under Mike Brown, that we wouldn't be able to beat them. It's differences of your style of play and adapting to what you're going up against. The Knicks look really bad. And let's not forget, Josh Hart said it. He admitted it. He's not the only one. They were tired. And you know why they were tired. So let's not look at it like it can't be done. I tell you, and we should all look at it like, you know what? That makes 100% sense. Ron doesn't even have to say this. You saw the Knicks look bad. Like Brunson looked terrible. Josh Hart looked terrible against Indiana. Like they looked bad. Like we were like, what the hell is this? They're not that bad. We play Indiana throughout the season. It didn't look that bad. So I'm just saying, guys, let's give it a shot. You don't know what's going to happen. You got to let it play out. And we got to stop with this savior. We don't need somebody to save us.
A Messiah. You want a Messiah to come from the heavens.
Last time I checked, LeBron hasn't won anything unless it was with Anthony Davis being a fantastic player for them in the off year in 2020 with no fans in the seats. All right. And KD hasn't won anything since he was with the Warriors. He joined the team that won. And they just won again with him. But they were already winning.
Is like if someone didn't come here and have some kind of connection to New York, just a mercenary, some celebrity transplant, like LeBron is going to go harder for LA than for New York. He doesn't give a shit about New York at the end of the day. He's not from there. There's no attachment to it. He's coming there to get it back. You think Giannis maybe develop a little connection with the Greeks? He's going to go harder for Greece than he will for any other team. It's obvious. He's so.
Now, I am saying, though, don't get me wrong. I'm going to say this again. I'm not saying you shouldn't trade for Giannis. I'm just telling you, don't act like that's the only way the Knicks can win, and they have to do this. They need to worry about winning games right now, learning Mike Brown's system, and because the whole point is, even if you bring Giannis here, if there's no system in place that people know, you're gonna look like crap anyway. You got to know how to play basketball. You got to have a style of play that works, that allows the defense to really, have trouble defending you. Because then what's the point? Then you're just going out there freestyling. That don't work.
Remember how Tibbs got 30 games last season? He said like a 30-game thing is like his analysis. Mike Brown doesn't have one. He has -3.
Yeah. Shout out to Joey Rip 'em Up Sports in the building. What up, Ron and family? Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Hold on. Let me just breeze through. Sorry. JJ47K is in the building. Appreciates that 54 wins, number 2 seed. They'll need time to get comfortable under a new system. Facts. There's going to be some ups and downs along the way, but once the Knicks get it, we're going to know. And if they get it, the rest of the league is in trouble. They'll get it eventually, I think, though. Yeah, Alawai said Ron SKF Giannis setting the groundwork for his exit early. Yeah, he's starting to plant the little seeds. He's doing what Donovan Mitchell didn't really do a great job at. So he's doing it slowly. It's starting to ramp up a little bit.
I mean, there's also going to be Giannis. Maybe just Giannis wants more money. So you're going to say, oh, maybe I'll go to the Knicks. So you have to poach me more, give me a little bit extra. So, you could be doing it.
It's true, but listen, I mean, we could tell Giannis has been leaning this way. We saw the offseason, or like early offseason when he was in New York, popping up everywhere and stuff. Like, we see it. Let me see. Hold on. Shout out to the first lady of Still Knick fans. Let's go. Geraldine McIver in the house. What up, Geraldine? Good to see you as always. All right. Don't mind me, guys. I'm just breezing through a little bit. All right. I think that's pretty much a good place to stop with the Giannis talks. It's going to be there now. It's going to be here all season. So let's just let it be what it is. It is what it is. But I will say, like I said before, that does not mean we shouldn't go after Giannis. I'm just saying we can't. The players can't focus on it. The coach can't. We got to go out there and do what this team was built to do now. That's it. We'll see if the Giannis thing is gonna happen. It's gonna happen, because believe me, if it's gonna get done and can get done, Leon's gonna get it done. But we just gotta bear with whatever's gonna happen to get it done. Y'all might be a little upset. I'm just saying. All right, so let me move to this next topic, because this is the one. This is it. And when you know how we do it, we got to give it up here. We got to talk about it because it's real. Okay. The new style offensive issues. All right. I know it's only been 3 preseason games. There's going to be a lot more that goes on here. We need time for everything to gel and click, and it doesn't happen overnight, guys. Just because these guys are professional NBA players making tons of money and have played basketball their whole lives at every different angle and have been like great, because let's not forget, these NBA players, all of them at moments have been great. Wherever they came from, they were killing it. Doesn't mean that just because you bring in a new coach that they're going to get the system right away. I mean, they're getting it, but it's going to take time, and there's going to be some learning woes. Shout out to Sherwin, because Sherwin was saying something. Hold on. Let me get back here. Shout out to Isaiah Acosta. What up, Isaiah? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army, and salute to you. Thank you for being here. So what's good, Ron? Sherwin's question was, Ron, I must ask these people, what is Mike Brown's offense? What is the difference between his and Tibbs' offense? Ron, I am now understanding these fans don't have a clue about basketball. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Right now, Mike Brown's offense is very look. Let's call a spade a spade. First off, everybody knows this, right? Anybody who plays in the NBA, who's played in the NBA, and I'm not saying I have, but people have talked about this. Analysts have talked about it. Players have mentioned it. All of the offensive systems are all similar. Everybody has a base offense, and they all use the same base. They flow off of the base. They add their wrinkles into it, whether it be a triangle, whatever it is, and they make tweaks to it. But everybody has a base, because that's just how you play basketball. It's a base that everybody uses. Everybody. Mike Brown's style is not that different from Tom Thibodeau's style. And he has to keep it. Another thing, he has to keep it that way, guys. Remember, that's the other thing. We talked about this in the offseason. When Mike Brown got here, you can't reinvent the wheel. Guys are used to the same offense for about 4 or 5 years now. You can't come in and say, hey, you thought it was blue. I need you to think it's yellow now. And just get it. It ain't gonna work. You're gonna have to keep it green. Guess blue and yellow make green. See what I did there? I know. Come on, y'all. Come on. That's bars. All right. Anyway, the point is, You have to keep nuggets of the offense that Tibbs already had in place because guys are used to that, and you can't just reinvent the wheel and expect them to get something brand new overnight. That takes time. And this is a championship team. If this was just a regular Knick team, you could do that. You could say, yep, we're going to switch up our style of offense. It's going to be some growing pains. It's going to be a tough year. We're going to get through it. Next year will be better. No, there's no next year. It's this year. So the Knicks Mike Brown has to kind of keep some of Tibbs' practices in place and then start tweaking it off of Tibbs. And then eventually you can phase out the stuff that Tibbs was doing completely and keep instituting new stuff from your own system. But you got to start somewhere. That's one. Two, Tibbs' offense, we know it was a lot of ISO ball, right? Dribble, dribble, dribble. But let's not forget, because we talk about it. Yes, we didn't like to see it. And I there's people that thought it was boring looking at it. It's not really a good free-flowing offense. But guys ate, all right? Cat was eating. Brunson was eating. Julius Randle was eating. RJ Barrett was eating in his guys ate in that lineup, in that offense. Now you got Mike Brown, who wants this free-flowing, move the ball until you find a good shot. And also, not even just that, do it with quickly so that you're not allowing the defense to really adjust and clamp down on you. Don't, make the defense uncomfortable. So you got to move a little quicker. And that's not the whole thing about pace. Pace is moving the ball around faster and moving your bodies with it. That pace is not just going
and cutting and all that stuff.
Moving. All right. So that's what they're doing. They made a concerted effort. You guys know that they just brought in a new shooting coach. The Knicks ain't playing around, y'all. The Knicks are trying to address everything they can to make this thing go. They are trying to win. But other than that, that's really pretty much the big difference. No one's saying that Mike Brown is coming here reinventing the wheel. He's just allowing the Knicks to be a better looking product, to be a product that the defense can't clamp down on and make it more difficult to stop. That's it. And if the Knicks get it, they're going to be good. Look, you saw the game versus Minnesota. We watched the first two games. We see them picking up and trying the new style, and it was okay. It looked pretty good. They're moving the ball. There's some moments where I was like, wow, that looked really nice. You saw it. There's some really nice movement that the Knicks got going on. Even I love that highlight. I should put it in my highlight package. The one where they move the ball around the court to the right-hand side. I think Brunson gets it, and then he moves it around, and then it flips all the way around to Garrison Matthews in the corner for three. Nice movement. Whatever. But this all has to take time because against Minnesota, you got to see this is what happens when nobody's shooting well. It's going to happen. Everybody's not going – when you become a shooting team, and the Knicks have been that since last year, you're going to have some nights where you can't hit a bucket. Everybody can't shoot. But you know what I like about it? The Knicks still found a way to win the game. I know they took the starters out. It was the bench players versus their bench players. But it's not the point. The point is they were able to stay in the game and guys adjusted, and they got a W out of it. The W doesn't mean anything in the preseason, but it's just the way you're playing to get it done.
I also want to say that their bench is good. Ron Holland and Dillingham, those are all they played really well last year. They're actually solid players. They are NBA players.
I agree. They look good. And let me tell you, I thought the Knicks didn't have their A game. And if they did, they would have the starters would have outplayed Minnesota starters. But because the Knicks weren't shooting well, Minnesota had the lead.
No. They were shooting terrible. It was unbelievable.
I know.
I actually legit still can't believe it.
But
there were stuff that were normally definitely going for Jalen that just seemed to bounce the other way.
Yeah. And I like the fact that, remember, throughout this time, the Knicks were either losing between 5 and
they never led.
Points. They weren't getting blown out. They were still doing stuff to stay in the game. So that's a part of the thing you could look at as a good thing too. You say, man, the Knicks really couldn't buy a basket from outside. They weren't shooting well, and they were only down between 5 and 10 points. They were right there because they're learning how to play and get good shots. This goes back to the whole thing about when I said before, when guys are slumping, if you call back screens, cuts, curls, different things to get guys to the basket, get good open looks at the rim, closer shots, we can hit good baskets and stay in the game. We weren't doing that in Tibbs' offense. That's just not how it was laid out. Under Mike Brown's thing, because you have to move the ball to find good shots, eventually you're going to get some of these chippies no matter what, and that helps you stay in the game. And then when you're shooting the shot well, you can not only take a lead, but you might be able to blow people out. So anyway,
and another one of the things that we did good last year wasn't really super effective, but what we did because we wasn't shooting well yesterday was push the pace, and not also like you said, being a faster pace, but yes, a faster pace game, getting the ball down, grabbing the rebound, throwing the rebound to half court, throwing the pass to the guy going towards the 3-point line or something like that, quicker up the court, quicker to the basket, easier baskets. We did that a little bit early in the season last year with Tibbs. Then we relegated back to that half-court style of basketball, no pace, no moving the basketball, still getting good amount of assists some games. But with this style of basketball, the assists should be phenomenal. We were happy to get 25, 30 assists last year. This year, it looks like we could be on average of 35 to 40 assists this year. You know what I mean? About 45 to 50% from 3-point line. If we shooting 50 3-point shots and we hit 25, that's 50%. I think the Knicks can hit 25 out of 50. You know what I mean? I'm saying some guys can be hot, some guys can be cold. So the more hotter guys, like I want Cat to get out. I'm so the hardest thing for Cat this year is going to be the way he transitions from being the center and being the power forward on the same night. And I mean, when Mitch is in there with him, he's going to be primary the power forward. When Mitch comes out, he could possibly be moved over to the center. That's going to be his biggest transition, I think, this year. But with that taking place, he will not shoot 5 3-pointers like he did last year. He'll be more towards 8, 10, about 8 to 10 3-pointers a game. From a guy that's shooting 44% from 40%, let's say 40%, I think it was 40-something, 40% from 3-point land, about 40%. That's where you want to shoot him. You don't want to relegate him to 5. Let's see if he can get almost 10 and see if he can hit 4 or 5 of them out of the 10. So that's what I think they want to do. And moving the ball is a little different from what Tibbs did, but in games with Tibbs, the defense that we've been playing now is kind of from what Tibbs left behind a little bit. You know what I mean? But now we get to see it when it's not fighting through the screens. And I mean, now it's switch. And I mean, you see the guys bumping each other now. Now they just going instead of trying to fight around the screens and all that stuff. So that seems like it's going to be a little easier for the guys to comprehend.
I could agree with that. I'll even change it because you guys are right, and that's what I just said. It's not really a new style offense. It's a wrinkle on the current. Let me change this just to make it a little bit more clearer. Here we go. There we go. This is what we'll do. Offensive pace issues. This is what's going on now. I'm loving, like I said, I love that guys are trying to commit to getting the style down. I love that they're working towards it, but you can clearly see it's been 3 games. Jalen Brunson is struggling. All right, and it's not because he can't fit into this offensive style. He can. It just takes time. He is so used to doing things a certain way. He has to learn, how do I go at a guy now that the ball is moving around and I'm moving? He's used to being stationary. He could set up his dribbles. He can see what's going on in the court, and then he can break you down and get to his spots, whether he wants to get all the way to the rim or get to the middle of the paint and shoot a mid-range jumper with the dribble stuff that he does. But when he's doing the movement stuff, he's constantly going around like this or whatever. And so now he's like starting from a different point, and the shot clock is going down, and they want to keep moving. So now he's got to figure out, okay, well, now how do I get to my spots and without basically without going off the dribble? So, and getting that edge, it's going to take time. He's going to get it. He looks a little uncomfortable. Cat looks a little uncomfortable. It's fine. And honestly, they all kind of, I would say OG looks all right, but he's kind of staying out in the perimeter. So he's just kind of moving and doing what he did last year for the most part. Mikal is the only one that looks really comfortable because Mikal, he's picking his spots and he's looking.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's great because that's the thing you got to know. 3 preseason games, Mikal has looked consistent in all 3 preseason games. How about that? We talked about him being inconsistent. Notice that. And listen, if that's the trade-off, if it takes a little longer for Cat and Brunson to get acclimated, but Mikal is getting comfortable and being more consistent, that's already a win.
Let's get it.
That's already a win.
You talking about Mikal going up from 18 points to 23 points? Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not, obviously I think Mikal. I wasn't, I didn't bring up Deuce because Deuce is coming off the bench, but Deuce is looking good in the system too. Like, he just missed a couple shots the last game, but as far as his movement, he's looking comfortable too. So there's guys who are picking it up and it's working for them, but our core, like main guys, they really just need to figure it out. And a guy like Brunson and Cat, they got to figure out how to best use it. Cat, I think, is going to get it easier than Brunson will, because Brunson is more of him breaking you down and getting to his spots. And that takes the ISO stuff out of it now. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him, but it's going to be all right. But you could right now, you could tell if you're really looking at these guys, some of them just don't look as comfortable. It reminds me of, what it reminds me of? Josh Hart to start last season, where Josh Hart looked lost. But eventually, Josh Hart started to look like Josh again. It just takes time. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm not concerned about it, but I do know that I am happy with the fact that they are still staying in games and able to even pull out a game if they're not shooting that great.
I just say, sorry.
I
was going to say, no, the unit that brought us back into the game was a pretty dynamic one. Game high plus minus was up 40. And after that, Pacom, even if he didn't hit a shot till a little later on, he kind of got Deuce started. And there was that lineup of, what was it, Deuce, Dadier, Pacom, maybe Jordan Clarkson was out there also. I'm not sure. That was you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's true. The bench played well against their bench, and I
feel like that's a game we would have lost last year. Then we just wouldn't have an athletic or tall enough matchup, and starters are off today. GG's,
Facts. And shout out to Slim Slammer, bench work. Yep, appreciate you. That's the key, guys. Remember, this Knick team, the starters can't do it all by themselves. We saw that last year. They can get you to a certain point, but when you go into the playoffs, especially and play these teams, excuse me, they're gonna really try to pick you apart. And somebody's got to step up off the bench, or that's where we lose the game. Their bench against our bench, and our bench is getting killed. This year, I ain't worried about that. I think we got some people that are going to help this team win on the bench side of it.
I just think this game we just saw, you can't tell me that if the starters had played more minutes, we would have won. They were all playing unbelievably bad.
No way, bro. Because the starters just didn't have it. No, the
shot.
No, but that's the good thing. That's why it's good that you have a team. And it's great that Mike Brown wants to go 9-10 deep, because you got guys out there that can help the team, bro. They can help. Remember 3 years ago? 3 years ago, remember the start.
Oh, it was Garrison Matthews with all them out there, with Deuce and all them.
Yeah. No, he was. He hit 2 threes.
I'm Team Gary.
I know. I like Gary Bird too, bro. It's tough. I don't know what to say. I wish we could figure out a way to keep this guy. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but I think it's worth having him, man. I like
Brogdon, no Shamet, only Gary. That's what I say. He's spicy.
That's tough. Being that you brought him up, and I'm gonna drop another one, and I'll be right back on this too. 2 seconds. Pac home. I'm gonna tell you. Do I want to give up on the kid? No. Do I think he can become something interesting here? But I gotta tell you, every time I'm waiting to see something, I don't see it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, guys. Am I the only one that be looking for Pac home to do something great on the defensive side, because I know he can play defense?
No.
Am I the only one to wait for Pac home to take somebody to the hole and get a nice little basket, or to knock down something consistently from the outside? I just don't see it. He be missing a lot of shots. And if he's supposed to be the guy who was knocking down shots in practice, what is it when the bright lights come on, he can't hit a shot? Am I the only one? You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you give up on a guy if he's got potential, but there's something to be said about how that potential looks when the stars are aligned and the lights are on you. Okay, you can't just be a practice player.
I agree, but I would use the example of Deuce, because Deuce had very similar struggles when he first started playing. It took him time to get there, and eventually, if we would have given up on Deuce in the same way, we would now be bereft of a very useful bench player that is on a low contract also.
I agree.
So he's 6'8", which we have to be honest, you just look at it on paper. Malcolm Brogdon, Shamet, and who's the third guy they're talking about now? Whatever. They're all 6'3", these veterans that we're talking about, 6'3", 6'4". Jordan Clarkson. It's already not a tall team. So
Right.
a young 6'8" athletic guy, I feel like you need. Because what if, for example, Pascal Siakam in the ECF, like he switches on to Jordan Clarkson, now it's a huge mismatch. You know what I'm saying? Like you just need another 6'8" guy. Like then you can have OG and him. You know, it's the height thing.
The caveat to that for me,
or at least DOR. I want to. You have to have.
I mean, of course, that's the second one, but the first one is that if it could have been a little different if we could have seen Tibbs play him a little bit more so he could be more inclined to the game. He doesn't look like he's game ready. And he's still young, you know what I mean? He hasn't been on the court. And do we think that do we think that he's going to be that guy? Do we really think that he's going to be that guy with the limited time that he got played and he hasn't really been that guy? I have like Ron was saying, I haven't seen a game with him yet that I've been like, yes, Pacone, that's what I'm talking about, Batman, let's go. Nah, I haven't seen that yet. Not one time in a while that I have said something like that about him. But that's all in having minutes on the court. And how many minutes is he really going to get on the court this year, realistically? With the 9.5 guys that they're talking about.
So it's the same thing. I mean, we're going in circles. I have a lot of, if we really want to go into it, I have a lot of things about Jordan Clarkson and Shamet and Brogdon, like statistically wise. But I don't think, like Jordan Clarkson is not even a neutral defender. He's a very bad defender. We have to be honest. It's not a new fact if you go into the numbers or his playoff performances. Also, Shamet, I actually found a lot of information. He's not a good defender, bro. His rating is not good, and his rating was lower when he was with the Knicks, his defensive rating. His career defensive rating is 115, and with the Knicks, it was, 117. So it's not such a good rating, you know. Jordan Clarkson is a certified chucker. People say he's an underrated passer. He's appropriately rated. He's rated exactly the right level. He's like two assists per game, maybe, you know. And there's like, I don't know. I mean, you really want to go into the whole spiel right now? Because like even when Jalen Brunson was on the Mavericks, he was playing against the Jazz. He constantly went at Clarkson, and Clarkson, they didn't have good perimeter defense. It was a big factor. Here, what do they say here? In their back-to-back losses, the Jazz had the worst defensive rating among playoff teams at 128 points allowed per 100 possessions. And they just had like a trio of unathletic, older, like 6'3" guards that they just got picked apart. We already saw it with Jordan Clarkson on his former playoff performance. You know?
Yeah, and the second one what I was gonna say is Mohamed Dawar. That is the reason why I'm not so opposed to letting Pac-Man go. And I mean, we have someone in the farm system that can only probably save us $900,000 or something like that. And I mean, he probably what his contract going to be 1.23 million, and this guy is 2.8. You know, save us a couple of $1 million if we let him go. If we bring him up next year, which would probably be, you know, whatever it is, however the money works out, but it'd still be, I believe, a little less than what Pacone was because Pacone was a first-round pick, right? Right, he was a second-round pick, but he was a first-round pick. So, you know, it would be a little cheaper. And I mean, and he looks to me from the limited minutes. This is only talking about the limited stuff that we've seen. But Muhammad looks like he's a little more steadfast, a little more ready to get into the thing. He's making moves towards the hole. He's dribbling the basketball. He's shooting from the outside. He's playing stellar defense and stuff like that. So if Pacone goes, do we have someone in the farm system that could maybe come up and have some more minutes next year? Yeah, I believe.
Look, I just have to say, I think this is really unfair because if you actually look at the numbers statistically, virtually any time he was given more than 10 minutes to play under Tibbs, which did happen more than people think, he did have good games when he played in the NBA against equivalent talent. He was only a positive in the plus minus. And he was also the biggest plus after Hakordi, which again, people are overlooking like he's some schlub player that he's had the highest plus minus on off of the entire preseason. So the guy, like I understand plus minus, you could say whatever, but if he's always plus every time he's on the court, then you can't just say, oh, whatever, it's an outlier. Like these guys actually play well, and if you look again at the actual game that he played against the Timberwolves, which is not a bad bench, these are very decent players. The Timberwolves definitely have a much, much better bench than the Knicks. Certainly last season, they actually played these guys, Ron Holland again, Dillingham, all these guys. But he actually was out there making plays. He did shoot well. He gave the three-pointer that gave them the lead. He was 2 of 4 from the field, and he made a really nice pass to Deuce and did play solid defense. So I don't know what you're saying. Like, if every single time he plays bad, we can't do the same narrative of, like, it's just confirmation bias. We don't like it. Someone else we like. Like, we're not evaluating the actual play. Just tropes. It's not specific things that he did. He's only been plus minus in the NBA, and like find a negative game. Find a game where he was a negative. It's very rare. It's an outlier. He's not always, but like the vast majority of times he's played preseason, summer league, even the game in summer league where he didn't shoot so well from the outside, it was all inside the paint. I would like to see him do more jumpers like in the paint like that. Actually, I think he should do that more. But whatever.
That's a fair point. I mean, he just needs an opportunity. He needs a chance to be able to play and show what he can do and get comfortable. I tell you, the worst thing that happens to a player is just not being able to have consistency, because you just can't build off of it. When you don't have consistency, you could look good one day and then you're asked to play in spot duty and you come in and it's not really working for you and people want instant results. And sometimes it's hard to get that. But hopefully this year, as things go, there'll be moments where you get to see that. And right now it's tough to gauge because we talked about this. Mike Brown's playing everybody, so you gotta leave it for what it is. Shout out to NYC B-Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, if we lose Garrison, he will be another cornet for the Celtics. Book it. Unfortunately, that could happen. The Celtics is definitely a type of team that would go get him, and he would come back to be a thorn in our sides later. Especially. Now, the whole thing is you can't count out the Boston Celtics, by the way, guys. They're going to look a little different this year. They're going to go through some stuff, but they can still be a team that you got to watch, especially if Jason Tatum comes back before this season is over and they make the playoffs, because all they got to do is get in. We already see once you get in, anything can happen. We saw what happened with the Miami Heat. Miami went in there as the play-in team, number 10, and worked their way all the way up to the NBA Finals. You never know. I'm not saying they will, because they've lost a good amount. I mean, losing Drew the Damager, losing Porzingis, losing the big guy. Got his name now. But whatever, they've lost some things have changed for them, but you never know. They made some good additions too. Apparently they had a decent offseason. So what I'm hearing, I haven't really paid attention to their roster, but so we'll see. All right. Let me see. Shout out to Craig in the building. What up, Craig? Good to see you. Sherwin says Dadier needs to go to the G League. I mean, I don't know. Look, I'm gonna reserve my judgment, but I'm gonna tell you right now, this is the best.
I don't think Dadier. I mean, he could go there if they want to send him down.
He's not a two-way, but he can go if they want to send him.
Oh yeah, he could go. Yeah.
But so we played 3 preseason games. We got 2 left. He's got a really good I don't know. The next preseason game is on Monday. I figure he's going to be here at least for that Monday game. I don't really know if he's going to get to the last game or Kolick, because the Knicks going to have to make a trade, or they're not going to make a trade, but they're going to have to make a trade. They don't look. The bottom line, I said this, the other day, and this is the bottom line, guys. By the time the opening regular season starts, that first night, that game, somebody's got to go off of this team. It just has to happen, and it might be Shamet. We don't know, or they might have to make a trade, because they cannot go to opening night with Shamet and Brogdon on Exhibit 9 contracts. All your Exhibit 9 contracts will transfer over, so you have to make a move before then. Brogdon will probably already get his moment. He'll get signed, and so we won't be talking about him. But yeah, something's going to have to happen. We'll see. But I'm just gonna, if there's a chance where they can get both these preseason games in and Dadier can play both these games, I got to see Daddier do something. Because if Daddier don't do something in 2 more games where I'm still questioning his shooting or, you know, him scoring some points, give me 8 points, 6, 8. Give me something where I can say he's you know, if I don't see it, I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm cool. All right, Daddier, I'm done.
That's fair. I mean, look, sink or swim. I will say we were also very quick. Like, people were up here saying, "Oh, even Porty is not going to play." Like, some of these guys are very ready to contribute right now, you know, despite being rookies or sophomores.
And I think, honestly, when I think about it now, I just said this, and I remember I said it before. Daddier may only have 1 game left because that last preseason game may be the dress rehearsal, and so a lot of guys ain't going to play. Maybe I'm not saying he's going to do it the Tibbs way, but a lot of teams, that last preseason game is like a dress rehearsal for the season. So he's going to cut down that roster. That rotation is going to go from 17 to like 10.
I mean, we'll see, because the Hornets also was one of them teams that was like that style of athletic and quick, and I don't know what their acquisitions were. Anyone big went there, but like they were one of those ones that were like a pesky, a tough one for the starters last season in that way. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, true. Shout out to Cam from the Kickback in the building. What up, Cam? Says salute Ron, SKF fam, salute Shaw on the panel. Couple weeks away. This is our year. I like it. I'm with you, brother. Okay, Nick Nation said assists are extremely misleading. You can be a great passer, but if the teammate doesn't hit the shot, it doesn't count. This happens often with many players. It's more about the eye test when it comes. The other thing too is if it's not a, I'm trying to look for the word. I don't really have it, but if it's not, if I pass you the ball and you don't score in the motion of me passing you the ball, you do a couple pump fakes, you hesitate a little bit. You killed the assist. Now when you score, they don't count the assist. So that's another thing too. Like, it's got to be in the motion, or you could lose that part of it. But I hear you though. I'm with you on what you're saying. Shout out, thank you. Al Horford is the guy I was thinking of. He's gone too from the Celtics. Shout out to Wiz BKLA in the building. What up, Wiz? Only Knicks started either positive plus minus. Cat showed up. Okay, I hear you, David. All right, let's see. I don't want to say that yet. NYC B-ball. I think McCullough can do something, but I do think that it's not in the cards this year. And I said that around all the kids. It's not really in the cards for these guys to play this year. This is a championship type year for them. They're trying to win. They're not worried about playing. They're trying to play the best players that can help. And the kids have to do too much to step up to show that they're there. Whereas the veterans just go out there and play. You know what I mean? They may not be the best veterans in the league, but they just know what they need to do, and they just try their best to go do it. Whereas the kids are trying to prove something. They're trying to go out there, learn, and also show the coach, hey, I deserve to be out here. There's a lot of pressure for them, and that's why they struggle at times. Shout out to Sunny Breeze in the building. Said, what up, Ron? Knicks 60 wins. Okay. I like it. Wacko in Brooklyn with the chompy chompies. Hey, what's going on, Wacko? Craig says, Ron, why are you focusing on Pacome and not Kolick? Because Pacome is the one with the trade value.
Facts.
That's it. I mean, Kolick is right now. I will be honest and say Kolick is a goner. But Kolick, I mean, if he can't get it done, they're gonna need to move Pacome. I think they probably wind up moving Pacome and Kolick. If I'm being honest, I can see both of them gone. Just saying, there's you can get. I like Kolick, and I do think that he can do something. But I think Kolick needs to be able to have the ball in his hands and have time out there to work. He's not going to get that with this Knick team. Now that you threw Brogdon in the mix and you got Brunson, I think Kolick's days are finished. With the Knicks, I think it's just not going to work. And he doesn't play enough defense for the Knicks to keep him here. I think it's over for him. And Paco, go ahead.
You figure those two guys, 2.1 and 2.8 is almost $5 million, and that comes off the book at the end of the next year too. So, I mean, to move on from them without bringing anything back, help us with we got about 2 other guys, Malcolm Brogdon and Sham. If next year is going to be another almost $5 million, so we're looking at another almost $10 million.
What is the
maybe
fascination with Shaman? I don't understand. He played decently, but he also played bad. He's not like a super the defense
No,
numbers. He's played bad.
Well, hold on.
Not me so much, right?
When did he play bad, D-Rex?
Literally the last game that we saw him. The last game we saw him play was not playing.
He was 1 for 4 from the field. He got a block. He hit a 3, and he played. I don't know how many points the guy he was guarding scored, but I don't think he really was the one scoring. Somebody else was scoring.
The very second that he scored a 3, someone ran back on the other side and shot him.
Okay, that's fair. But let me tell you this. The flip side is, hold on 1 second, guys. My Mac I got to plug it in. Looks like its battery's about to charge. You keep talking.
Yeah, it is what it is with Shaman. I think it's just because of the familiarity, and plus he is that something that we don't have on the bench, a quasi knockdown 3-point shot type of guy. I think that's the reason why, and the contract fits. I mean, could they go with Garrison? Yeah, he's about the same amount of money as Shaman. That's why his name is coming up so much about
I much
him.
prefer Garrison to Shaman.
Right. I mean, his name is coming up. I mean, Shaman is a little bit more defensive oriented, but Garrison is a true knockdown 3-point shot. And let's be clear, Shaman ain't no run of a muck type guy. He can knock it down.
6'4", 190 pounds. He's not a sniper, and if he's not doing,
he's still about 38% from 3-point in his career. This guy is about 40%, 39, 40%. So, I mean, they're not far off. Depending on how many minutes they get on the court, you might, the discrepancy is maybe 1, 2, 3-point shots maybe made. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll take about the same amount. If they take 5, it may be a greater chance that Garrison hit 3 and Shaman hit 2. But on a good night, Shaman can hit 4 and Garrison don't hit any. So who knows?
I trust Garrison Matthews shooting a lot more, bro. And
I do too. I think he's a great shooter.
If either of those guys are out there, bro, you want them to be shooting and hitting threes. That's what makes them good.
So here's the question. Do you trust Garrison Matthews' defense more than you trust Shaman's defense? And I'm not saying Shaman is a great defender.
I would make the argument that they're not that far off. Like, Garrison Matthews is not a good defender. I think Leandry Shaman's like a performative defender.
Okay.
It's like, and the numbers, I have numbers to make this argument.
I believe you, but here's the thing. This is my pushback. I don't have many when it comes to Shaman, but this is my only pushback I got. As much as everybody wants to get on Jalen Brunson, and especially Josh Hart, for his performance in the playoffs versus Indiana, why does that performance by Landry Shamet versus Indiana not benefit him in the reverse? Because Landry Shamet, along with DeLon Wright and along with Deuce McBride, look great defensively. I mean, overall, because of course there was times where they got cooked a little bit too, but I mean, you got to understand who you're going up against. But for the most part, they had some big moments, those 3, and Shamet was a big part of that defensively during that Indiana series. So why doesn't that get looked at as a plus for Shamet as to the type of impact he can have when you need something off the bench?
When you go for the eye test on Shamet, you see that he is he's hard on the defense. He's so hard that sometimes he plays so good of a defense that the player that he's guarding still scores the basketball. You know what I mean? But he does play solid defense. We've seen it against in Pacers when what's the little guy that runs around on the Pacers? Pritchard was out there. Was it McConnell out there running around, and he was playing great defense on him, shut him down a couple of times, especially going to the basket and shooting that short jump shot that he shot. So does he play defense? I mean, against that guy he did that night. And I think I don't know. I mean, I know Shaman from being on the team, not being on the team that long, because beginning of the season last year he was hurt. I mean, I think he would have had a bigger impact on the team coming in, a full preseason game, and then coming in without getting hurt with the shoulder. I think this year will be a little change. And plus, he knows the team. So he knows what he has to go out there to do when he gets on the court. And I don't think he's going to play that many minutes. I think he's going to be implemented when Malcolm Brogdon doesn't play. So it'll be Malcolm Brogdon will probably play minutes like Robinson. Won't play back-to-backs. overtime games. He won't play the next game, stuff like that. Things like that, a blowout, and then Shaman to come in. So I think Shaman to be more in that role to follow him up, because with Shaman on the court, I mean, with Brogdon and Clarkson, who's going to get any more minutes? Who's going to get any more minutes? Unless you start Deuce. If you start Deuce, and then you got a stronger five in the second unit, in my opinion, you got Clarkson, Malcolm, Josh Hart, Yabusele, and Mitchell Robinson. But aside from that five right there, and having Deuce with Jalen Brunson, Cat, and OG and Mikal in the starting unit, who's going to get more than those 10 guys that I just mentioned? Who's going to get any more minutes unless it's a blowout game, or knock on wood? I ain't even going to say it, but you know what the other adverse is to what I'm about to say.
I have 2 points I want to make. So first of all, Garrison Matthews is taller. He's 6'6", and I do want to make a point that's relevant because if I recall correctly, in the game we just watched, Landry Shamet did go to take a three and got blocked. And I also wanted to make another point that, okay, so in game 1 against the Nuggets, he played in the playoffs when he was with Phoenix, I believe, 2023. So he played 14 minutes. Jamal Murray was actively looking for him on defense. He guarded Murray for 1 minute and 14 seconds of game time. And in that time, Murray had 6 partial possessions and scored 4 points on 2 of 2 shooting. And he also had 2 assists. In just that minute and 14 seconds, that Shamet was guarding Jamal Murray, the Nuggets scored 12 points. So we have to be honest. The guy is 6'4". He's 190 pounds. He's not like a bruising imposer that's like, oh, there's such a difference from what you have off the bench, or some hyper athlete, or some super elite lockdown defender, or super elite specialist. The guys that we have that are our starters, that are the main guys we have, they can do more jobs. They're more generalists. It's good to have a couple specialists off the bench that's like, yeah, we just need somebody to come in and hit shots right now, and just only do that, and like, we'll figure it out. But like, if you end up desperately needing some more like guaranteed 3-point shooting, like, you can never have enough of it, I feel like. And 6'6", I feel like for him, not just to be such an ideologue, people were saying I only come up here to talk about the young guys, but him I actually prefer over Brogdon and Shamet.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and you're right. And I joke about it all the time. I'm not one to not say it. I tell you all the time, I think Shamet is the worst defender I've ever seen. He is all over the place. He's trying hard. He's in people's faces.
God bless him,
Hey, it is what it is. That happens. But I will say the flip side is, you say he's not necessarily a specialist, but in today's league, he is a specialist, bro. Shooting 38% from 3 for your career nowadays is a specialist.
Is elite. Yeah.
It's not the way it used to be. Before, maybe you could look at it differently, but nowadays, these guys, it's a specialist to be able to shoot 38% from 3 for your career. He shot 46% from 2 for the Knicks last year. 46% from a jump shooter is very effective. That's very good numbers. We can see a guy like Quickly shot 40% from the field last year. And I still can't believe that. But anyway, my point is, if it was up to me, some of y'all might be like, really? Yes. If it was up to me, I keep Shamet and I keep Matthews and I let Brogdon go. That's me. Because I don't know. Brogdon is weird to me. I could see his benefit. I know what he can do to help the team, especially when you think about when you're playing in a half court offense and the team that you're playing is trying to stop you. Like a team like Detroit is going to not allow the Knicks to try to move the ball and get a lot of good pace. They're going to try to slow the game down. That's when a guy like Malcolm Brogdon can eat. He can still get to his spots and still break down the defense. But you can only play Detroit 4 times a year. And if you play them in the playoffs, okay. But every team is not built the way Detroit is. Every team don't move that way. So against other teams, you don't necessarily need a Brogdon. I'm just saying, I'm being the devil's advocate. If I had a choice between those 3 and I had to keep 2, I'm keeping Shamet and I'm keeping Matthews because I could see how we could use them both in different situations. And you never know. Just because Matthews is on fire right now in the freaking preseason, he might go into the regular season. We need Matthews out there, and maybe he's not on.
Well, to that point, I did just find some statistics that said for the Atlanta Hawks last season, he shot 44% from 3.
No, I'm not saying he won't. He looks like they call him Gary Bird for a reason. Like that.
I thought it was Knicks fans that came up with it, but they were actually already calling him that.
No. The dude can knock it down. So listen, I'm trying to say it would be nice, and people get it wrong. People say, "Oh, you're gonna try to tell me we can't win a championship? Like if we don't have Garrison Matthews, it's over." No, I'm trying to tell you, you get Garrison Matthews on this team, a flamethrower that you could plug in whenever you need.
Bro.
That helps. Why not?
That's helpful. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just only against older players, but for me, I'm like, that guy fine. Get him.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Look, if we went into if the Knicks make the trade, because the bottom line is none of this means anything unless the Knicks make a trade. Right now, there's only one guy they're keeping. And if it's a choice between this is how you gotta look at it, right? You tell me I can keep 2 of 3, I told you. I'd be like Shamet and Matthews. You tell me you can only keep 1, it's going to Brogdon. No matter what we say, Brogdon's getting it. Okay, no matter what we think, the coach already knows what Brogdon can do. He's seen Brogdon around the league. He knows exactly what he brings. Brogdon is the dude. He's here. So we can't even talk about Matthews or Shamet if the Knicks don't find a way to make a trade. So
and exactly what I was about to say, because it makes never mind for Shamet or Garrison. I keep messing his name up. For him, because if we don't make a trade, neither one of those guys will be on the court. And that is with the Bacone trade. That's not with the Tyler Kohler trade. Tyler Kohler can get the job done, but we will suffer with the 15th man at the end of the year to try to sign somebody, and we will only have, I think it was $50,000 or 44.
Right. It's like dumpster diving again every year.
Yeah,
that is a fact. But and that's not just us though. That is the whole NBA with this new apron thing, man. I never seen so much. I'm glad with what we got, because this guy in the office, Brock is phenomenal. Who would have thought to pay these guys an extra $1 in their contracts in order to make that big move that we did to
change the rules.
Some of these guys. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Right. Let me get to this 2 things real quick. First off, get to this super chat real quick. Shout out to my brother Jay Boogie in the building. You know what it is. He said, shout out to the family, blessings, health, life, and happiness. And the season is a total 61 season wins and 16 in June. Oh, he's definitely got the June marked. 3 capital S's. Appreciate you, my brother. Thank you as always. I put the link in the chat for you. And I also want to, on the sad side, because real life, man, we all humans. This basketball stuff is fun. This is what we are passionate about. But unfortunately, some things be happening. Shout out to Wolverines 1986. He just put out their prayers to the families in Tennessee. Factory explosion. Many believed dead and missing. Massive casualties. Wow, that's terrible, bro. Man, everything, man. Life is just, it's so fleeting, bro. You got to really, you never know what the day is going to bring, man. Every day is something else. So sorry to hear that. Thank you for putting that out there, Wolverines. I'll be honest with you. When people put this stuff out there, I don't want to highlight the negative or the bad, but I put it out there because this is real life stuff that happens. But the other thing too is you be telling me, bro, because I make it my business to not watch the news. I know sometimes that's a little crazy, but I feel like if there's something that I really need to know about, I'm gonna find out. You know, it's gonna be all over social media. It's gonna be popping up on my phone no matter what. But like the day-to-day news, it really brings me down. So I try not to look at all that negative. But I appreciate you putting that out there, man, because you know this is terrible. We need to know stuff like that. Life is very, very, very fragile. Appreciate you, bro. Let me bring my guy in here. Jay Bugs, what's up, my brother?
What's up, Kings? Blessings, life, health, happiness to everybody, man. Shout out to the chat, man. I hope everybody having a beautiful, deserving weekend. Hope everybody's in the greatest form of health. Anybody going through anything with a go through, you pray you get through. Just had a few more, you know what I'm saying, rock with you guys. So I want to see what's happening with you guys.
You sound like you got a little bit of the Max Headroom, Max. You in the stew?
Oh, yeah, right now. Anytime you see one of these walls, you know what I'm saying, one of these great walls, you know, like the LL and Run DMC, MC Light, Cool G Rap, anytime you see the walls, you know what I'm saying? I'm inside the stew. I'm spending more time in the stew right now than I am at home. The only thing I'm doing is making sure family is good in the bills paper. Right now, I'm trying to finish up this project. Every time I think I'm done, there's something else to come up, sure that I want to present to people. So that's only been the issue and the problem. I'm just adding more and more. So right now, I think I'm at like 13, 14 right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I give it to the people when I want to the people how they deserve it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's good, man. What's happening, man?
Everything's good, brother. We hanging in there, man. We you're talking that talk about this Knicks squad and the different things that we noticing from the preseason games. Looking forward to the next one on Monday, and excited about the season overall, man. But it's just tough because it's not a bad thing, but it's a distraction a little bit. This whole Giannis talk. The Giannis stuff really kind of puts a little damper on the expectations and the fun that we're looking forward to. Because keep in mind, not every Knick fan is built the same, and there's some Knick fans that now all they can think about is lost him, he'll be back. All they can think about is Giannis right now. Oh, we got to get Giannis. Oh, it ain't a season if we don't get Giannis. Now that we know it's possible, we got to get him. Like let's not forget the rest of the team is here. Let's let's go out there and play ball. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm getting at. I'm with y'all. So speaking of players, right? Let's pivot again. How do y'all feel about this? And I gotta ask this seriously. I know how I feel. I know how I'm thinking about it. But how do y'all feel about Jordan Clarkson? Now that you got to see 3 games and watching him play, Jordan is a puller. Ain't no shot he's never seen that he don't like. He is, let it fly. He's already joked about it. He said
campaign.
Yeah, he says it in a joking way, but he ain't lying. He already said, "Listen, the guys know when to get the ball to me. it's gone." But yeah, hold on. Let me bring my guy back in here. Hey, there he is. So I was saying, Jordan Clarkson is, someone you got to get used to. All right. And the bottom line is the only bad thing about it. And the reason why I'm saying you got to get used to him is because he's not hitting. Right. You guys see it. These 3 preseason games. And that's why NBA life is funny. Right. We saw him in practice knocking down everything in everybody's face. It comes to the game time. Now he's not hitting, but he will hit. But he's just an up and down type of shooter. Look, I didn't want to put too much of a damper on the Jordan Clarkson stuff. But last year, I dibble and dabble in the fan duels of stuff, sometimes. But anyway, and Jordan Clarkson didn't really do it for me. There was some times where I needed Clarkson to do his thing. He didn't really do it for me. He had some moments. And it didn't really happen the way I wanted it to happen. So and now he's a Knick. That don't change what he was in Utah. He's still Jordan Clarkson. So I'm just saying there's some nights where Knick fans going to pull out your hair. I don't have any hair to pull out, but if I had some, I might be right there with you. He's going to make it look a little crazy some nights. But I just want everybody to be cool with it. Jordan Clarkson is a nut. So how y'all feel about Clarkson, D-Rex?
I mean, I have a whole thing.
You get used to his style of play.
He's the one that I researched the most for today. So I'll just read some stuff from lineups.com. I read something. They said Utah relies. So among the 83 players with at least 12 field goal attempts per game, Jordan Clarkson ranks 82nd in true shooting percentage. Among the 94 players with at least 30 MPG, he ranks 86th in defensive rating. Among the 134 players shooting at least 4.5 threes per game, JC ranks 132nd at 29%. And 52% of his shots are after 3+ dribbles. 15% are after 7+ dribbles. 50% of his shots are against tight or very tight defense, and he touches the ball for 6 seconds or more 23% of the time. So yeah, he dribbles a lot. He shoots a lot. His defense is very bad in almost every situation. Like I actually wanted to make the argument that when you actually look at the numbers, I think he's definitely like better than Campaign probably as a shooter, but he's definitely worse as a defender. He's also ice cold around the rim if you look at his shooting chart. Like, he's good from like one particular corner, but around the rim, he's very, very bad, actually, if you look at the numbers. He's just, there's a lot. I put them all in the chat, actually, for big stats.
Okay. Yeah, I do feel like Jordan Clarkson is a very, very streaky shooter. He's always been, and people know that. But I'm just if I was going off of just last year, and like I said, I don't got no real tangible numbers like D-Rex is reading off to you. I'm just going by the eye test and me putting my money where my mouth is. I lost a lot of money. But anyway, not really, but couple dollars, couple dollars. But I can know that Clarkson really wasn't doing it for me. So I put Clarkson on my naughty list. So there's certain players that nope, never again. They're on my naughty list. I will not put them in any parlays. So Clarkson one of them dudes. So I'm just saying, just gotta understand. Clarkson.
He also has plantar fasciitis, like some foot injury,
which could have affected him last year. What makes it, but that's why it's good to know this type of stuff, because then you could say, "Damn, you're right. He's always been streaky, but last year he was more streaky than ever, and he had plantar fasciitis. So that could be a big reason why But he's still that's still something that follows you. Plantar fasciitis doesn't really go away. It could. I don't know if it could go away in a lot of time. But for an NBA player that plays basketball, it's hard to get rid of plantar fasciitis. I know Scottie Pippen had it. He was my favorite player. I followed him for a while. I know, to you new Knick fans, yes, Scottie Pippen was my favorite player. Calm down. All right. It's over. Jay Boogie, what's your thoughts on Jordan Clarkson? You okay with the herky jerky chuck it up play?
I ain't worried about Clarkson, man. I think we put too much emphasis on, on all these numbers and what the numbers say more than what the player can do. My thing with Clarkson is the injury that you just, brought up. We don't know if how much healed he is from it. And it's a different speed as far as doing, showing videos of you working out, going one-on-one with somebody, because them guys is really, really not going to check you. Their job is to pretty much stay in front of you so you can work on your moves versus playing in full-time speed. I don't look at Clarkson as a shooter. I look at him as a scorer, a playmaker. That's what I look for him. And I think he's going to bring a lot to this team. That's why, to me, Brogdon is so important, because now it gives us a ball handler where he don't have to handle the ball. He can just receive the ball, putting the ball in his hands and make him, run sets and everything. That's not what I want Clarkson to be. But, Mike has his own thing. Denzel Brown has his own philosophy of what he want to do, how he want to do it. And I'm riding with him, but I'm so much just ready for the season to go. I'm liking the energy that I'm hearing. Bridges said something really important about the difference is in the practices versus the practices last year is the the coaching staff and the head coach are all on the same page, and they all see the same thing at the same time. So either one of them can present what you're doing wrong, instead of the coach. And that's exactly what the coach is already knowing. You know what I'm saying? So guys, assistants is doing their jobs, man. I'm just ready to go, man. But Clarkson, I'm good with Jordan. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna make a lot of big time plays. And not only him, excuse me. That was a bike ride through. Not only him, everybody on the team is going to do some goofball plays, shots, and all that at times during games. So I don't want to just single out him, but the conversation is of him. But I think Clarkson has a new home, a new beginning. He damn sure got a new hairstylist going on. He ain't got that Utah stylist going on. So I think he's going to be rejuvenated and can't wait for the season start. So I wouldn't put too many emphasis on what he's doing and not doing right now in a preseason. And you know, in a minute it's going to be go time, and we're going to see something different from all these guys, man.
That's fair. The only thing I will say with Clarkson is that he is also being asked to pick up the style of the pace style of play and move around too. So and we just got Clarkson. I don't know his comfort level. I don't know where he likes to catch the ball and shoot from his spots on the court. Like I have no clue. I haven't really paid attention to that. But maybe that has something to do with him getting comfortable too. And not only that, he's also being asked to not only look for his shot, but be willing to pass and get guys open. I'm not saying he's not a willing passer because he's always been. He chucks, but he can pass the ball. We've seen he's made some good. He goes up into the lane. He ditched the ball around the guy's back. He knows how to make a good pass. So, you know, his comfort level is not quite there yet either. So we just got to give him, as well as other guys, a little bit of leash to kind of pick everything up and find out where they can help the team. And I do like the thing about Clarkson, and this is kind of the same thing that we talk about when we talk about young kids being aggressive. One thing about Clarkson, he can get to his spots. You know what I mean? He can get to wherever he wants to go on the court, and that's going to help the team. Whether or not he hits the shot or not, the point is he creates the action. He can create action, and that is what the Knicks can build off of offensively. Just getting into the lane. You know, one of the issues for the Knicks as a whole is we ran into problems with guys not named Brunson. I never got to say that. It's my first time. Guys not named Brunson being able to get into the paint comfortably and draw the defense so that you can kick it out to get wide open shots for guys. That's why we make so much of a big deal about having another playmaker out there in the court, because guys can't get into the lane. Deuce gets into the lane a lot more now than he did before, but we just know that for Deuce as a facilitator, it's not his strong suit. You know, he struggles a little bit of just being able to kind of turn off the scoring part and give us points here and knowing when to facilitate and stuff like that. So it just, for some people, it comes naturally. For Deuce, he has to work at it. So that's why the whole thing about Brogdon and even having Clarkson here to be able to do some stuff on the side as well helps. I just think there's a lot going on, but we'll see. What do you think?
Real quick, I hope he watched a lot of footage. What's my man name that he played for Sacramento? I think he won a 6-man award. He came from out of Kentucky.
Malik Monk.
Yeah, I hope he watched a lot of his footage, and that will also help along him with his development on what he can become. But It's 2:00 and my guys came in, you know what I'm saying? But Clarkson and everybody, no matter who he got down there on that bench, one thing for sure, Leon will stack the rotation. When the subs come in, you feel the spirits of Anthony Mason. So I ain't here to talk about can we win the East. It's been too long since 1973. I need it now. Full deck, we got the cards right. I feel like Cap on the phone telling you good night. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. Just spit a little bar for y'all. You know, this my man. He get ready to come in. We get ready to do a crazy project, man.
Absolutely.
Say what's up to the people,
What up,
man?
fam? Christopher Terrell, aka R&B Terrell. What's up, fam? How y'all?
R&B
Let's
Terrell.
get it.
What's
Let's
good,
get it.
baby? Yeah,
All
it was
right,
time to get it. It's been time. It's a long time coming. It's been a long time coming. But I know.
Change gonna come.
Look at
Oh,
that.
yes, it is.
Y'all already know we ain't playing with this coach. Y'all know, and y'all know you already know who inside the building. You
I
know
I
Blazers ain't there.
didn't lose my train of thought right
I
there.
know. Hey, go put some heat down on the track real quick. Go ahead, man.
Man, all right, man. God bless you all, man. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, man. Have a, you know what I'm saying, shout out to everybody's families. You know what I'm saying? Like I always say, anybody going through anything, we don't pray that you go through it. We pray that you get through it, man. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's, man. Let's go Knicks all the way. 3,000.
All right, my brother.
Yep.
What up, baby?
Man.
What's up, man? How you, man?
I'm chilling, man.
Look at that, man. You get a little knowledge. You get great conversation. You get a little concert on the spot. Let's go.
Understand.
All right. So, yeah.
Here, let me throw this out here before I forget it because I almost lost it. But I just hope I believe Clarkson coming here to the New York Knicks can reinvent his career. Not saying that he's been a bad player or anything like that, but in the last couple of years, the last couple of players that have come to the Knicks have came here, grew, left here, but matured. I think he's going to come here with the big lights, with the New York scenery behind him, with the New York fans behind him. I think he's going to have an incredible year. He is one of the guys that I think from off the Knicks, I think it's two to three guys that could be running in for the six-man award. And I think him coming here, playing a different style of basketball than playing in Utah when they wasn't striving for anything, to be with a team that's striving to win something. I think he's going to come here and make winning plays and winning shots. So if he chucks it up and he's making 50% of his shots, let him chuck in the second unit.
I'm just saying it doesn't benefit us to kid ourselves about who the players we have actually are. No player is perfect. Every player has stuff they want to get better at. They need to get better at. And our best players from the top to the bottom all need to be better players by the end of this year and overcome their weaknesses for the team to get a chip. So let's not kid ourselves and say Jordan Clarkson is like 80s. We just make up numbers, whatever, however we feel. He's a trucker even by any metric. He's not an efficient scorer. What is it? Does it kill you to admit it? He's not. Is he in the top 100 for most efficient scorers in the NBA? No, he isn't. Puts up a lot of shots. He dribbles a lot. He has to assist more. Everybody got to be better. Shouldn't be nothing controversial, you know. Everybody has their weaknesses. That's it, you know.
I hear that. Yeah. It's gonna be a very long, fun, impactful season. We're gonna have a lot to cheer for. We're gonna have our moments of depression like the Jekyll and Hyde Knicks, but we're gonna be all right. I think we're gonna be fine, y'all. I think you just gotta give it some time and
that
let
first
it
win
all...
streak gonna hit like crack, bro.
Oh, is it? You kidding me? When that first win streak hits, people gonna be getting their championship shirts made, Knicks and
it's not even gonna really be a streak. It's gonna be like 3 games we win, and that's all it's gonna take. Everybody gonna be coming on the show Saturday like, bro, why you ain't say this gonna lose today?
You saw Mikel was playing. You saw Mikel.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be wild. But the flip side of it, just like it's gonna be wild when that happens, we get on a little 3-4 game losing streak. Everybody's gonna be falling. You see what I'm saying? Go get Giannis, yo. It's gonna get crazy.
Every line gonna be Giannis now. We're gonna start speaking the post games in Greek, bro.
It's gonna get crazy. Then they're gonna be talking about. You see, I told y'all, Mike Brown's a bum. He's just like that other dude. Like it's gonna get crazy, but it's all right. It's just the thing that comes with the territory. It's life of being a New York fan. Shout out to my brother in the building, Mr. Divine himself, Knicks Real Talk. 11 days. Let's go. What up, my brother? Appreciate you. Let me bring my guy in here. Hold on. What up, Jay?
What up?
The chosen one.
What's up, homie?
The chosen one. I love that. I might use that in the song. Just take it out. Whoop. The chosen one. I gotta get your permission first, and we gotta work things out.
On air live, my permission is given.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh man, that's really good. Listen, blessings to everybody. Peace to the chat. Obviously, right now we are far back from the ledge. I would hope. I mean, if anybody is really close to the ledge, they, I don't know.
I'm on the ledge. I want Giannis. I want Giannis.
Well, that's funny. That's what I was just going to bring up. Is he here yet?
Not quite.
No.
Yeah, and you know, listen. The other thing too is we got to let. I'll let you continue, Jay. But we got to let this stuff die down, because if the most recent stuff was that they were talking to the Knicks, and so now it all makes a lot more sense. Right, because we heard the thing is the Knicks have already had preliminary talks with Milwaukee, but at the time they didn't feel they were serious. Now we find out that the Milwaukee asked for Jalen Brunson, Yeah, at the time we didn't feel they were serious. So it's funny.
Yeah. They're like a kid,
Y'all
right?
crazy. Y'all not ready yet. Y'all not real about it. Then you're not serious. That's funny. Go ahead, Jay. Continue. My fault.
When I heard that when they asked for the two guys, I'm like, man, look, this guy's, let's not get it twisted. Giannis is a generational talent, right? But even so, right? As much as he is a two-way player and a great two-way player, I was just having this conversation. There's very few people that have the full entire bag, right? How many people in your lifetime you could say did everything? Could rebound, could dribble, could block, could shoot the three, could shoot the mid, could do it. Very few people. And I'm going to give somebody this who I really don't like to give it because I'm not a huge fan. But if anybody, that would have been in our lifetime, LeBron. LeBron was that guy who could shoot, who could pass well, who could block, who could get back on defense, run, see the court. And I don't like giving him his flowers because of the flopping, to be honest. That always bothered me, the flopping part. However, it's a very interesting talking point. You cannot, it's very laughable to talk about taking both of them, but it's not laughable to talk about taking Cat. It is a completely different situation, you know, and which one gets us at this particular moment? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I've made this, I'm going to declare it right now. This is not just, this is not finals or bust for me. It's championship or bust for me. We got a team on paper. Now, I'm going to say this. If you make the finals and you go 7 games and God knows what's going to happen, I knock on wood, I'm not even going to say the word what could happen to anybody, and you put it, you're all in and we don't do it, we all know that if you say right now, if you say anybody here says, it's okay, we got to the finals, it's a step above what we did last year, you know your heart will break into pieces if we don't win that finals, if we make it.
Mm-hmm.
That's just emotional facts. That's just truth. So for me, it's definitely finals or bust. And to me, it's championship or bust. Like we got to win that thing. Answering that question, which of the two guys, big guys, the Milwaukee guy or our guy, helps us do that better? Now, I do agree with you. I think it's time for us to put it to bed, because if they're not going to take Cat and whatever and whoever, and we don't have pieces to throw to them anymore. So we can't do things like that. So right now, I would just say, look, we got Cat. Cat put his all in for us, and that's what we got. His bag is different than Giannis. He don't play, his defense is, I don't like when people say Cat doesn't play defense. Cat plays defense. Cat just he needs to stop reaching. He needs to stop going for the pump fake.
Mm-hmm.
But when you finish your year, you know, with those numbers that he finished with, you got to give him the flowers. Giannis can't shoot a 3-pointer. He's not a real shooter. Who's better at the line?
I mean,
Right. So,
but I also want to say I don't really think the Knicks are trying to trade Cat for Giannis.
I don't think so
Nope.
either.
I'll be
I don't think so
crazy.
either.
So I think they want them to play together, and I think that's the only way they'll do the deal. If it don't happen where they're both here, I think Giannis will just go somewhere else. Honestly, I think the Knicks will try every scenario they can come up with, not trading Brunson and trading other pieces to make the deal done. And I think the worst case scenario is that the Knicks offer OG and Macau with some other things and picks to get it done. But I think that's the last chip the Knicks are playing. I think that's the all-in chip for the Knicks. I don't think they want to do that, but I think that's the best possible offer they can give. They're not. I don't think they want to trade Cat.
February.
Yeah, we'll see.
So-
Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me just switch this real quick. Okay, Randu is in here with us. Randu. But yeah, like that's it, bro. I don't think that's. I just don't think that's what they see. Like, it's okay to want a player on your team, but if you can't figure out how to have the team around them, what's the point? We already saw it happen. The Knicks haven't had many chances to be here, but historically, you saw it with Patrick Ewing. Yes, were the Knicks a very good team with Patrick Ewing? Did they have a chance to possibly win it all? But they couldn't do it. And then the one year that we almost did it, Ewing got hurt. And we still made it pretty far. But, what a difference a team would have been if we had Ewing when they played the Spurs. We could have had a shot. And of course, the team against Houston, we just didn't play well enough. We had a team well enough to beat them. We just didn't play well enough against Houston to win it. So it is what it is. But outside of that, it just doesn't happen enough where you get this. And then the Carmelo thing. That's what happens when you bring in a player and don't figure out who's going to be around them to make it work. And then you stuck.
But I don't even count the Carmelo years because the way it happened and how he was forced himself in and the people that moved out of here to get him while they were grooving. We weren't great by any stature, but we were grooving, and they took the guys who were grooving, and not to say I didn't appreciate to get back, some of the guys, but it wasn't worth it. That we could have picked them up in the summer, we could have picked them up in the autumn, but that's that.
Well, we were in a different time. That's why it all matters when things happen. If this had happened now, guess what? We would have waited and we would have got Carmelo at the end of the offseason the normal way. But that's because the CBA is already in place that he knows he couldn't get that extra money because things are different now. But back then, that was the last shot. And unfortunately, them players at the time, that's the benefit of him being close friends with LeBron. They knew what was coming and they all tried to get their money when they could. And it sucks for us as Knicks fans because it could have been so much different. Well, maybe not so much different, but we could have had a chance to maybe put something better together so that we could have had a better team. But it is what it is.
And we can say that about a lot of drafts and a lot of everything. We can say that for about 50 years worth of different things. So
it's true. It's true. Randu, you with us? Randu? Nope. All right. So I'm not gonna, force it. But what I will do, Randu, because I know you asked before, I was actually gonna get to it. I just haven't had a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna throw the phone lines on in about 5 minutes. So you can call in because I think the other way is not gonna work. Shout out to Jet Life for Life in the building as well. Salute to you, my guy. Hope you're doing well. All right, let me just see. Generational haters in the building said Cat plays defense. He's just not good at it. Yeah, well, he's not the greatest. But I think if he kept his hands to himself, he definitely would be better. And he would be on the court more. Shout out to my guy, Prezi, the boss in the building. So the reason why Cat's salary is $1 million less than Giannis. All right. Shout out to Parrish Duggan in the building. What up, Parrish? Said Giannis isn't a playoff dynamic player really because he can't make the three ball. I mean, yeah, that's always going to be an issue for him. But I will say, in fairness to Giannis, you notice that his numbers go up in the playoffs. So I can't say it's his fault that they don't get what they want to get out of the playoffs. They just don't have enough talent. They haven't had since the championship year. Think of all the players that were on that team that are not. I mean, they had Dante. Dante wasn't in the same role that he is now, or he wasn't playing as good, but they had Dante. They had I forget
Middleton.
Middleton. They had a good Middleton. They had Drew Holiday. They had a Bobby Portis that was really helping them. They had
Drew Holiday, right?
Huh?
Drew Holiday on that team?
Yeah, Drew Holiday was there. They had a younger, even more effective Brook Lopez. Like they had good players. They were good, but they haven't really had that since. You know, you can't just go out and say, "Hey, you know what? Giannis needs somebody else to go with him. Let's throw Dame Dollars in the mix." But don't address the fact that Middleton is basically done. I mean, at that time he was done. I don't know if he's better now, but he wasn't helping them. And then you got aging Brook Lopez getting older and older, right? He's been in the league for years. Portis was still okay. You lost Drew Holiday, which was still one of your best defensive players, and definitely on the perimeter, he was solid, right? Dante was gone. The other dude, I can't remember the I don't want to
Beasley.
Oh, they did have Beasley too at one point.
Beasley on that team. And there was somebody else too. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just different. Like, you know, he was out there doing his thing, but he can't carry that team by himself. You need help. And he just didn't have it. But, you know, I will say the other thing about Giannis, even though I get on him about not being able to shoot, we know he can't shoot from three, but he shoots 60% from the field. That's a nice number. And even if you want to say it's like a lot of it's in the paint, but he got a little mid-range that goes in, but he just can't shoot from three. And even his free throw shooting is passable. It's not great, but he shoots 60%. Let me tell you something. If Mitch could shoot 60%, I'd be very happy.
Right, that's what I'm about to say. So you beat me to it.
Yeah,
that was good.
But yeah. So I mean, it is what it is, man. It's just one of them things. Where we'll see. I don't want to stress it too much. We got a very exciting, fun team that we can look forward to watching and rooting for. Shout out to D Cooler 718. Mello. What did Mello say on his podcast? I don't know. I missed the first part. He can knock some threes down, though. That's true. But he's just not a great shooter from three. And if teams force him to shoot that three, you run into a little bit of a problem there in the playoffs.
In the finals, the man dropped 50 points, man. In the finals, the man went bananas. Anybody who doesn't want Giannis on this team, I don't understand it. I really don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't want it for what they want.
Right.
Obviously.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
I don't want that. I would never do that.
Right. I wouldn't either. I agree with you. Shout out to David
me.
Smith. He says Giannis shoots only 22% from three and 61% from the free throw. Compare that to Cat, who shoots 43 and 85. But it doesn't matter, bro, because I don't think, like I said, I don't think the Knicks want to replace Cat with Giannis. I think they want them both together. So everything you like about Cat can still be there along with the Greek Freak, because that's what makes the team. You know, the whole point is that when you're trying to build a team is to get better. Right. And the best way to do that is to create some type of mismatch that teams don't know what to do with. Could you imagine having Cat and Giannis together? You know, that 2-player in and out game that Cat can shoot the three, or, you know, you press up on him, he goes past you, gets into the lane. You what? You know, you don't want to worry about that. You want to leave Cat out there. Now the lane is wide open and Giannis can just break you down and get right into the paint. And then you got Jalen Brunson still just chilling on the side. What? That's a problem. That is beautiful. That's what you want. How can you make it happen? Don't know, but I get it.
Find out in February.
Well, find out in February. Stay tuned. Yeah. Same bat channel, same bat place. Right? Holy smokes, Batman. All right, I'm done. Don't get me caught up in
Holy Giannis.
that. Holy Giannis, right.
Jesus, Batman, is that really true? My tights and my boots.
Yep. Let's see. Okay. All right. Let's switch up again, guys. We keep switching it up. We're moving on the show today, boys. Let's move it up. Next thing on the list. Defense. What do you guys think? And I know it's not as easy to gauge, but how do you feel like the Knicks defense has looked in these 3 preseason games?
Actually good.
Okay, go ahead, D-Rex. You started off. What have you noticed? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I just feel like Mikal and OG know their defensive roles a lot better, although I guess they're a little different. I don't want to be like, people accuse some people here of being like Cat fans, but I feel like he looks slimmer and more agile, and I was like pleasantly surprised, even a little bit shocked at how decent his defense seemed in these preseason. I mean, granted, it's preseason, but he was actually defending people well and not very few fouls. You know, he barely fouled at all. So I just felt very confident about them. JB, obviously, it's never going to be easy for him, but he also had some moments of fouling a lot, turnovering a lot, so we'll see. But generally, no, very, very solid. Like, I was surprised. And I think we see also, I mean, maybe it was the drop coverage for Cattle all along. Who knows? Maybe it was that simple. I don't know.
Yeah. What's your thoughts, Sha?
I think the weight loss from the 2 guys is it helps them move their feet a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe that to see Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby, and Mikal Bridges on the court together, that is defense for you right there. If you haven't noticed it, if you watch them, especially when they implement Deuce in there, Deuce coming around the backside, stealing the basketball. You see Mitchell Robinson step up to the oncoming defender going north and south, and he stops him from going south. And then the guy gets stuck there, and then you see Bridges come off the side to steal the ball from him. On the other side, you see the same thing with another player coming baseline. Mitch steps into the realm. OG's on the other side. The guy turns around. OG steals the ball, pushes the ball out to, I think it was, I don't remember. It was a Mikal or Josh Hart. This must have been an Abanabi. And then they push the pace. So to see those 3 guys on the court with defense, I don't think that the Knicks is going to have a bad defense. And I think that Brown will fluctuate. Like Jay Chosen says, the Legos. He will use Mitchell Robinson for 4, 5, 6 minutes and take him out, move Cat over, and put Yabusele in there. So the defense will always be somewhat strong. I think with the starting unit, it'll probably be stronger because they know each other a little bit more. But that matchup, in my opinion, when Mitchell Robinson, OG Anunoby, and Mikal Bridges on the court, you know, if it was, you know, that's a good defense right there because that both covers for Jalen Brunson and Cat can come in and grab rebounds, and Jalen Brunson can get out there. It's not that Jalen Brunson's a bad defender. He just lacks in size because he closes out on everything. But by the time he closes out, he's 6'1". The guy shooting is 6'5". By the time Jalen Brunson meets him in the air, he's already over him. So that's what makes him not a great defender. But, you know, moving his feet and stuff like that, I think Brunson's a good defender too. So, I think the defense is going to be fine this year, and I think it'll be implemented a little bit better than last year because I think they played in spurts last year. This defense will be a little bit more intense to get the turnover, so we can get fast up court breakout passes to move the pace.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Jay? What you think about the defense so far in these 3 preseason games?
Horrendous. You know, I gotta say they look horrible. And no, honestly, the truth is, I'm sorry. I just got to be something. You know, everybody, I can't. Here's what's going on. I was just doing some fun things with my daughter, so I'm in a really great mood. I'm going to only say for a few because I like to cultivate that as they grow. So here's the deal. I think that right now it's preseason. We're watching what they're doing in preseason. to me, I'm always say this is Lego land. We're going to continue to mix and match. They look good on defense, but they're also trying to glue at the same time. So they're trying to find where their position is. Now there is like this misnomer where a second unit comes in all at once, or or all these things are going to happen all at once. I do agree with Shah. One thing I will say is I love the pickup of Yasabelli, but I do believe he is suffering from trying to figure out what kind of like the McHale syndrome. Where do I fit in right here, right now? What is my part right now? What do I do? And I think really he was brought in here for Brew, for shooting. Obviously, he was able to score. He should be able to rebound a little bit better. But it's different. Like last year, I can tell you this right now. I could hear Shah's voice saying control the pace. Now this year, I can hear it saying put that pace out there. Okay, now I'm going to say both things. I'm going to do, this is a Jay Chosen Shah mode, right? Control the paint. I want to see like 37 assists. I want to see like 40, right? And then on me, I'm going to say same thing when needed. See, this defense is going to have to play predicated on how our offense is playing. If our offense is playing zip, like if we're running and gunning and we have to run back, there's only 2 or 3 people who are going to be able to do that, depending on is Mitch going to catch up to that run back? I hope so. I think if we're playing half court, then we have one of the best. If we're playing the pace is slower, we're playing OG, McHale, Mitch, JB on the court right at that moment. Let's say Towns taking a break and Deuce. I think that is a defensive team that is very hard to mess around with.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I kind of want Deuce in the starting unit, because the Twin Tower things is nice. I think that people look at it, or they could start Mitch for that defensive hold for about 5 minutes tops, and then switch it so we could have like some of the guys running gun and then good defense below. But I think we're going to have good defense this year, man. Let's not forget, we got sound-minded people. We got we got new bench with a lot of different things. And, I think they're good. We'll watch. We'll see. With the 15 games, we'll see exactly what they are within 15 games.
Agreed. But I will say this. In the second preseason game versus Philadelphia, which teams can always make adjustments and look better when they get another chance to play against a team. You get more comfortable usually. Philadelphia shot 44% from the field and 36% from three, which is pretty good. And they shot 71% from the free throw line. But anyway, whatever. We got nothing to do with that. But it's tough because I know it's the first game. I get it. It's tough to even say that. But in the first preseason game, Philadelphia shot 34% from the field and 8% from three. 3 of 35, right? And then in the Minnesota game, Minnesota shot 34% from the field and 26% from three. 15 for 57.
Sheesh.
So, even though, it's preseason basketball, we can't say that the defense isn't working. Yes, we know it's preseason. Guys are still trying to find their way. It's very early. but still,
I think we ranked number 4 in defense, right? And we ranked number 4 in defense for the preseason, something like that.
I'll check. But it's promising. That's promising to know that at least the Knicks haven't abandoned the defensive side. They're still out there, not doing drop coverage, and they're hanging with the team. They're hanging. That's part of the reason why you can stay in a game, right, when you're shooting terribly offensively yourselves. Because let's not forget, against Minnesota, the Knicks shot.
Matrix.
Oh wait, I'm tripping. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go, Ron. There you go.
I'm tripping. I read it wrong. It's 37.6 from the field for Minnesota in that game. And hold on.
Ron, you might have to run that back.
I was reading the wrong thing. Actually, Minnesota shot 39% from 3, almost 40%. So sorry, I was giving the defense some kudos. I got to take the kudos away. Minnesota actually got off in that game, 15 for 38. My apologies. That wild number, that 26% was the Knicks, 15 for 57. My bad. But you guys still rock with me, don't you?
Yes.
Of course, always, brother.
Sorry, I don't know what happened, B. You know what I mean? I had my own moment. This is for me. I apologize.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
I jumped right out that window. I don't know what I was talking about. My apologies.
Stop beating on yourself so bad.
So right now, the Knicks defense is still kind of up in the air. So we'll give it some time. It's not enough to look at yet. Okay, they that wasn't that great. But I will tell you one thing about Minnesota. Every time Minnesota plays the Knicks, they light us up from 3. Every single game we play them, they get off from 3 against the Knicks. So
I don't think any team was really unique in that regard, to be fair.
Yeah.
Kind of an open runway.
Yeah. Well, we got to figure some stuff out there. But like I said, in time, but on the flip side of it too is in time, the rotation will be smaller and our defensive players who are more defensive oriented will be out there playing more. Because keep in mind, the other flip side of it is the bench played a lot in that last preseason game. When on our bench, when we go too deep, there ain't a lot of defensive guys. I'm just putting it out there. Ain't a lot of guys that play defense that much on that team. So we got to figure that out. But in time, we'll see where we go.
Let me ask you a question, Ron, real quick.
Go ahead.
Are you going to touch on this? If you do, I don't want to jump the gun. Maybe I should have typed in the anyway.
No. Just say no, because I'm probably we'll talk about it right now.
Okay. Well, I want to know, because you mentioned something at the very, very end that adds to all those numbers. A lot of the others were playing, right? A lot of the people who are not, really going to have a full-time part in this. I don't know if I missed this or not because I was with my daughter. In the last game, I hope that they start preseason game, that they start all the third and some of the second string players to really see who we got. Do you think it's time? Because we're going for a championship. Do you think it's time to take Matthews for an example? I think Matthews is a necessary person on this team. I think he's a shooter. He is I hate to use this word all the time, but like a poor man's Dante. He's like a broke Dante, right? And he is the stop and pop that we could use. You can come, sweetheart. All right. So that would you be okay and willing to get rid of Pacome Daddy is not going to get a chance on this team. I want people to understand that. All right. And there are plenty of other Daddies in college, in the league, and that is not even here yet. Kolick we love 4-year guards. He's smart. He can see the thing. He's undersized. He doesn't play defense very well. And he's really not going to get burned on this team. Are you willing to sacrifice that to maybe get all three of Brogdon, Shamet, and Matthews?
And we talked about it.
You did? All right. Because if I want, for me, it's get that championship now. We have a team now. We have never been this healthy. We have never been this put together well. Like, it's time to run with it. So what was your answer on that? It spit out, my brother. It spit out.
I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did it. Break it down in that way, but I did. We talked about all of that, but I don't know if I gave an answer of which way I'm leaning. But I guess I did. I guess I do. I like Garrison Matthews for what I think he can bring to this team, and as I said before, I think Shamet is something that can help the team. I know not everybody's sold on Shamet. I get it because he's not a sexy player. He doesn't do anything where you're like, oh, yo, we got to have Shamet here. I get it. But I give Shamet credit for what he did in the past. And I keep telling y'all, man, y'all sleeping on Shamet shooting. Shamet is a little streaky, yes, and he needs to get his reps up. But when Shamet's on, he's a game changer. Matthews, maybe he's not as streaky. Maybe he's a little bit more on than Shamet. That's fair. That's why I'm cool with keeping both of them. But if you telling me that I would trade Daddy and Kolick, and I'd keep Brogdon, Shamet, and Matthews, I'd do it. I do it because I don't think these kids are going to play anyway right now, and we got more kids. Yes, can you find guys that might give you what you were looking for from a Kolick and Daddy? Yeah, sure, you can find them later in life, but I think we might have some of them kids here already. You know, Diawara might turn into something. Still got a dude in Dink Pate, if you don't lose him, that could come in and give you what you hoped that Kolick could give you in a different way. Maybe he won't be as much of a playmaker as Kolick can be given the opportunity, but doing some of it, yes, and being able to do even more and play some defense and go get it offensively in his own bag, Dink Pate could do that. So
I do want to say that as much of a pro young guy that I've been, I think at least Diawara and Dink Pate, I've been up in here saying Dink Pate should already be locked up in any possible way. That kid clearly could play ball. And it just seems like the type of player you want in this league now. Diawara and Dink Pate, if they get a shot and then you move off of Daddy and Kolick, I think it's fair. I'm also more inclined to say this because they just also hired another development person the other day.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot his name, but some new guy again.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, why are they investing all this staff in development to trade everybody?
But remember, even if they trade Kolick and Daddy, you still got Huck Porty, you still got Diawara, you still got Dink Pate, you still got McCullough, you still got James Najee wherever he may be.
And the simple thing that we have to take it. That's a good one.
Sorry, I just anytime we hit James Najee, we gotta do it.
One of the best things that we have to also consider when we're talking about Shamet, Malcolm, Tyler, and Pacome, they're all making about the same amount of money. I mean, they're all making right about the same amount of money. So who for the money is better at the position for what we need right now? That's another thing I think the Knicks should probably look into. You looking at Shamet, that's a veteran style basketball player, can heat it up at any given time, can knock down some shots and all that stuff. I haven't seen that from Pacome Daddy or Tyler Kolick yet. You're talking about Malcolm Brogdon coming in here and controlling the pace and being a sixth man of the year and can pass the ball, can shoot the ball, can score the ball, can hit free throws. I haven't seen that consistency from Tyler Kolek this year. So for the money, to make these guys work for this year, yeah, I mean, I'm in for making that move. You know, I mean, we trade those two guys, we end up getting 3 players. And I mean, because we already got money for one right now, which is either Shamif or Malcolm, and the other 2 guys can fill in the other 2 positions. I mean, the one position that we need for the $5 million that I'm trying to get get the 2 extra players and stuff. The $5 million. So that's all that is come that it really breaks down for me.
I believe they're definitely going to do that. I mean, I don't know if it's going to definitely happen because they have invested so much in this Kolek project, but I really believe that that's what they need to do, and I believe they're going to do it. The only person I'm not willing to part with right now is Hakaporti because I think we need a backup big, you know, like
his money
general,
too low,
and that as well. Yeah. So. That's the question that I really
I hear you. Go ahead, D-Rex. What were you going to say?
I just want to say my whole thing of why I'm this whole thing of me standing on this point is I just want 1 or 2 6'8" athletic guys off the bench. That's it. Decent defensively, 6'8" athletic. So if you need to have someone to defend, we struggle against players all the time. It's a very common archetype in the NBA. We see it every other game. It's more and more common. It's a problem. I don't feel like it's easy for our starting 5 to deal with that type of player, especially multiple. We do have mismatches. They can get exploited. I just want that type of option. Someone young, athletic, Precious Achua, Pakolum Dadie, Diawara, 1 or 2 of these guys. We talk all year about not having wing depth. Some of these guys, we don't have the money. You have to make some kind of decision on how to keep this. And then also, if that doesn't work out, the next year you trade half your team. You have no continuity and no anything developing. Just have a completely different team for next year, and you lose all your picks. So I understand like part of it, but for me, I feel like we just struggle with tall, athletic young teams over and over again. I saw it too many times. It's a problem.
We got our pick this year though, 26. 20. We get a pick this year in 26. I think we get our first round pick this year.
Yeah,
next year, 26.
This year coming up, we got a pick. Shout out to CC. What up, my guy? Said Jemison and Tovas are good too. Yeah, I mean they're not development young guys, but I will tell you that's another thing. Losing Dadie and Kolek. Tovas look good, B. I ain't gonna lie to you. Tovas looks smooth. I didn't know too much about him. Look all right. He looks smooth out there. Offensively, the dude looks more polished and smoother than any other young guy we're looking at. His offensive bag is smooth.
I agree with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna bounce. Listen, I don't think that this year. Another reason why we get rid of them is that we have to. I agree. There it is. We have to sign Matthews. We want people who have been there. We want people who have been around the league. We are not in development mode any longer. We don't need towel waving people. We need people who could come into the game and actually play 5, 7, 10 minutes, something like that, and play and back up the backups who are going to be in there. And I really believe that's what's going to happen. And I do agree with Rex. We are in a way small in that power forward size player. You know, that middle between small forward, power forward size player, 6'8", 6'9" type dude. But I think those kids, we have some of them and they're coming. But can we get one on this team? We'll see in February. You know, who knows?
That's a fact. We got to see. We got to see. I appreciate you, Jay. Thank you for your time, my brother. Listen, enjoy your family time. Do what you got to do, man. You only got one life. You got to do it while it's here.
Peace, brothers. Peace, brother. I see you, Shop. Peace, peace. Thanks for having me. And yes, they take precedent. I'm sorry.
That's a fact. 100%. Appreciate you, my guy.
Love and blessings to everybody, man. Have a great day. Thank you, Ron.
Same to you, my guy. And Craig, to your point, are we keeping the center from the Lakers? Yes. We'll have him for at least 40 games. Well, for 40 games or so, maybe 40 or 42. I don't know, because he's on the two-way. So he's with the team for the season. Him and Tovas are both here, but unfortunately, we won't be able to use them in the playoffs unless something changes.
That's one of those two-way players really ball out and they bring him over with that last little $1 million if they let these other two guys go. That's the biggest thing about moving these guys, to having the money at the end of the year. Because if we don't do that, or if we keep these guys and let one guy go, I'm not sure how much money we will have at the end of the year to pick up this 15th player. That's one of the things that the Knicks did last year at the end of the year with PJ Tucker, with a little bit of money that they had to make sure that they have 15 players. If one of these guys in the G League really goes off, they could bring him over after the 42 guys and sign him to an end of the year contract with whatever little money they have left and bring him onto the team. I don't know how it goes after that, but that's what they could do at least for this year.
Yeah. No, I hear that. Let me do this. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh, that didn't work. Try that again. There we go. Let me rock out with this for a little bit. Not too long, but just to give people a little love. I know people have been asking about it. So shout out to Knick Nation. Appreciate you. I don't believe in finished products as a team as a whole. I believe we need to keep developing talent at all costs. Implementing new blood in the system is a good thing. We have our core. And the other thing too is Knicks, another team might have the time to develop and stick with a player as they ascend in the NBA.
Brooklyn.
Facts.
Guys, how many times are we going to make this mistake if we trade someone else and then we see them become great on a championship roster?
We've done that
at least 2 times recently.
Of course.
And we said, after the fact, they're so dumb, but at the time we chased them away.
But it is the fact that you are right, but do you think this year...
Porzingis,
watch this, Rex. Do you really think this year or next year when their contracts come available that they're going to re-sign Tyler Kolek or Pacone Dadier?
All I'm saying is making the point. Right now, we don't know exactly what they are. It's a possibility. That's also a fact. At the time, even the Hartenstein thing, you could say, later after the fact. But at the time, nobody was thinking this guy is some amazing player. We have to lock him up for the maximum contract when he was chilling in the G League. People said he was a bum. Tibbs didn't play him until Mitch got sick. So we've had the same situation come up multiple times. Porzingis, Cornette. To say it's impossible, and in my perspective, it seems kind of likely for the Knicks. You have to at least acknowledge the reality, you know?
But that's the other thing, is that the Knicks are a deep team with a lot of players here. If we weren't as deep, then guys would be here playing. Like guys would have opportunities. And because
can I also just sorry. One last thing. As far as like what these guys are here to do, it's going to be nights where it's a back-to-back. It's the Wizards. It's a night that not every starter wants to play 44 minutes. We saw games like this with Tibbs where Wizards double overtime game were in the regular season in too early. And it's just not necessary. When you could just have younger players that are available all the time to play against some other younger players. It's a net game because Brogdon going out and showing up against these random teams that you don't need somebody to play for your starters is not beneficial. And then at the end, you have a taller player that can be useful and can play some spot minutes. We see it every year. Some player comes off of out of nowhere to help a team unexpectedly. There's always some guy random you never heard about that here. He helps the team win. It happens very consistently. So it just should be that it's not a guarantee because the guys in the NBA longer is automatically give you the better chance of winning. And Brogdon might not be available. He's never played a healthy season pretty much in his entire carear. He's missed more games than he's played just about.
It's true. But all I was going to say, and shout out to Geraldine. Yeah, I got kind of cut off before I could finish. So I know how it sounded because she was asking, Ron, since when an organization doesn't have time to develop young players? Now, that's not what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is the Knicks don't have time to develop specific players for multiple years. You know what I mean? Like if
like Mitch and Deuce.
No, but Deuce has already shown something. So it's not like, and Deuce is at the point now where he's developing himself. What the Deuce is working on right now with his trainer, who's a trainer that no one else is working with, by the way. Deuce has his own guy that he's working with. Deuce is working on stuff, and we're seeing it. Deuce is implementing it and trying to implement it. So, like, I'm talking about more as like for Pacom Dadier at the current time, a young player here probably only has 3 years to really show if they can be here and do something, because the Knicks are championship ready. If the Knicks weren't championship ready, we're not even talking about it. The guys could just stay here and continue to get better. But when the Knicks are championship ready, the focus changes and you're bringing in more and more vets that can help the team now, which keeps pushing your young players further and further and further and down. That's all I'm saying. Any other team that's not ready for a championship or thinks they're championship ready, you should continue to develop and keep the players on the team getting better for as long as you can. I'm just saying with the Knicks, it's a little trickier because we keep trying to bring in, at this point, more and more vets that can help now, which just keeps pushing other guys out of the mix. That's all I was trying to get at.
Okay, I'm going to wrap up my shit. I'm going to bounce with this. I'm not just purely anti-vet because Garrison Matthews, I'm happy to keep him. That's a guy that I'm like, yes, it makes our team better immediately, instantly, better team. But I'm just saying, like, there's also arguments for and against this. Not just because the guys in the NBA longer, they're automatically better in every situation. I feel like we have an Achilles heel that is not addressed if we don't have a certain height and athleticism. And I see every other team that's winning doing it. And I'm like, what are they? Are they trying to lose by doing that? Is OKC throwing away their chances by playing their young guys more and picking people from the G League and playing guys on two ways? I don't think they're really trying to sabotage themselves when they do stuff like that, you know? So I just see certain things and I can't unsee it. But I understand. I get everybody's position.
I hear what you're saying. But the good thing is we're in a different situation now where you have a coach and a coaching staff that's willing to play players as long as they can contribute. And you're in a situation where there's no like Tibbs rule of thumb. Tibbs rule of thumb, if you're a rookie, you're not playing. You're sitting, you're going to watch and learn. I might put you in there for 45 seconds. Mike Brown doesn't have that same rule of thumb. If we had a rookie here that deserves to play and he was better than the product that we already have, like if we go into the season and they do decide to trade Kolek and Dadier and Landry Shamet stinks and Malcolm Brogdon is finished or he gets hurt, which and all could happen, then he's going to go down the line and somebody else is going to get a shot. And if they get a shot and they produce, they'll be a part of the rotation. But if they get a shot and they don't produce, then they may look at it and say, well, either this guy needs to be developed longer and we like what we did see in the little time that he was out there, or we didn't really like anything we saw and we're going to have to move on from him. And it goes to the point where that's why we keep bringing in vets, because we need somebody who can play now. We're trying to win. We can't take no chances. We can worry about being a crappy team once we blow it all up after we've won. After guys move on. That's how the NBA works for most teams traditionally. The only team that is outside of that, which D-Rex loves to point out, they are unique, is OKC. Because not only is OKC built young, but they've won. And they can continue to win young. Most teams can't do that. OKC is very different. So
they're literally a G League team. It's a G League coach with players from the G League that got reps.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of draft picks too.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing too is, how when you say when a team does something different outside of the box and you applaud them for it and you're like, wow, why can't this team do that? Why can't the Knicks do that? Look at how it's worked. Another team that did something a little outside of the box was Miami, right? I like to point to them now with the guys they had from the G League that were great for them and gave us tons of problems. But look at Miami's team now. Are those guys there? No, they're gone. It didn't work. They did get to the finals. They had a chance at winning the chip, but they realized they could see the ceiling of the team. And once they saw that it wasn't going any further, they got rid of Jimmy Butler. He was the first big domino. And now they're a team that's trying to revamp. They're retooling. They're not, blowing it up and trying from scratch, but they're retooling because they just see that that was as far as that team could go. That's the general
And that was
statement for a lot of teams.
that was the best statement that you said right there, Ron, because the Knicks have really not blown it up like everybody says. OKC, the team that we're talking about right now, has blown it up years before. Remember how OKC used to be the worst in the West? Now they're number one. 4 or 5 years ago, they used to be the worst team in the West. Now they start getting the Holcrums. Now they got the Jay Will and the other Will and all these other guys. All these guys from the draft that they picked up, that they built the team. That's what this cap thing helps teams like that do. But in order for the Knicks to do what they did, we would have to be bad. We already were called the laugh out louds. We already went through that era. We rebuilt with IQ and RJ Barrett and all those guys. Now these guys that we're bringing in here now are not rookies. These guys are everybody on the team. If you look at it, even down to Deuce McBride and who's the youngest guy that we got? I mean, not Pacone, but even Pacone's been here for a year. But the majority of those guys that we're talking about have been in the league 5 years already now. And I mean, Deuce and Josh Hart and Brunson and OG, all these guys are known to be veterans style basketball players now. And with the 9 players that we got right now, in my opinion, I don't think we see any young guys come out here to play unless it's in garbage time or something like that. Where I would love to see Pacone. I thought that Pacone would be the first. I thought Josh Hart was going to start this year. This would be before Malcolm and Sherman came into the pick, because I thought Pacone had the chance of coming off the bench this year if Josh started. I thought that would be the first guy that we have off the bench, Pacone. And vice versa, if Mitch Robinson started, I thought Hawker Purdy would be one of the young guys coming off the bench. But that doesn't look like it's going to be that way. I mean, if we're talking about Pacone playing over Yabusele, are we talking about Pacone playing over Clarkson? Are we talking about Pacone playing over Malcolm Brogdon? Well, let's not even say Malcolm Brogdon. Deuce McBride, Josh Hart. Are we talking about him playing over those guys? I don't believe so. So I would love to see those guys prosper and go somewhere, because you know what's going to happen. Like you said, D-Rex, they're going to leave from here and they're going to go somewhere and ball. They're going to go to Brooklyn and make Brooklyn a ballot team or something like that.
The key part of my point is that the guys that left went to ball on teams that went on to win chips. They didn't go to a contending team. They didn't go to
That's how it happened. You're right. That's what happened.
In fairness,
they contended with the guys that we said you can't contend with them.
That's fair, but I will say, like, Hartenstein was always a decent player in the league. He came to the Knicks and we unlocked him.
He was good in Germany.
He became a lot better. But he was already at least a NBA player, not somebody that had to be developed. He just needed to learn a little bit more about his position. I mean, that is still development, but that's playing and being around other good players like Julius Randle. And he picked up some of Julius Randle's ball movement style, and also picked up Mitchell Robinson's defense, because there was a point where I even did this. I did the comparison. Mitchell Robinson and Hartenstein had the same numbers. Rebounds, blocks at some point. So, he just got better, and that was the case. But here's the other thing that I was going to say. If we didn't get Jordan Clarkson, I think that Pacome Dadier would be the guy coming off the bench with Yabusele.
What if Clarkson has a bad year or has a slump or something?
Oh, no,
that's going to be the tricky part. That's why I hope we have a good one.
He's going to be who he is. He's so Heckle and Jekyll. He's going to be that guy.
I'm hoping he have a good one. I'm hoping the odds change.
Here's the thing. I could say that if Jordan Clarkson wasn't here, I think Dadier would get that time and get those minutes. Right? If that was the case, if like this was it. But the problem is you went out and you got Jemison, got Tovas. If Tovas was also a part of the team with no Clarkson and Dadier's here, I'm telling you, I'm sorry, bro. I'm putting Tovas in that spot before I put Dadier. Tovas just looks like offensively, he's a bucket, bro. He's smooth. He can hit the three. His layup game is polished. He looked like he know what he's doing. So I'm sorry, but even though I like to see, and that's what's holding Dadier back. Dadier, and I said this a while ago when we came to our other young kids, Obi Toppin.
Another example, by the way.
Obi Toppin is a guy who you already know what he can do. You know what he can't do. You know, defensively, he struggles. You know, height-wise, he's not as big as some of the other power forwards or centers he might be guarding at times. But his speed is his benefit. He can outrun these guys. He's great in the break, transition, all that stuff. He dunks like a madman. He could probably touch the top of the freaking backboard. But I always said my whole thing about Obi is that he just didn't show me that same level of aggressiveness when it came to the paint. And fast breaks, wide open, yeah. But what about when you got to break somebody down and dunk on somebody? Show that you here. That's what changes the game. If you can dunk like that, you should be able to soar over somebody and boof it. But he didn't do that all the time when he was with the Knicks. And that's the type of stuff I'm like, if you want to make your way in this league, you got to become a threat where people fear you. Yo, Obi's got the ball. Watch out. He could dunk on you. You know what I mean? That's important for that type of player. And I didn't always see that with Obi. That's why I said, you know, that's part of your aggression. I know you dunk all the time. Well, then dunk. You know what I mean? Let's see it. Even if you get blocked or even if you miss a couple dunks because you're so aggressive, this is how you got to play. The old school guys back in the day, the Corey Maggettis. I know I'm dating myself. Some of you young whippersnappers don't know who Corey Maggetti is.
Wow.
The Corey Maggettis, you can't give Corey Maggetti the ball and have a lane open or even think you're going to guard him. Like, he would break you down and dunk on you. That's what I thought Obi would be. I'm just saying. And that's the same type of thing that I would expect Dadier to do from his skill set. Not dunking, but scoring in different ways. Sorry.
You got to get that neti pot, Ron. Want me to run one over to you?
I've been talking for a while, and I'm getting dry up here. I got nothing else to drink. Whew. All right, I'm good. Okay, so, but that's my point. I don't know.
I don't want to have that same trader's regret again because we've seen it a few times. It's not like it's people said the same thing many times before. Obi's a bomb, get him out of here. Tibbs was right. This, that,
and we also don't need the explosion that we got from someone that's not getting no minutes that thinks that they deserve minutes like Obi. I don't think Bacone. I think Bacone is real young. I don't know if he would really do that, but if he see that he's not getting no minutes, you know what I mean, and he may not get signed by this team next year, he's going to want out. Why not give him to a team that has nothing right now where he can get some skills out there? You know, like that's what I'm saying about. I don't want to let them go. I would love to be. I think Kolek in another year or so, he's going to really catch the groove. I think Bacone, he's 20 years old. This guy about 2 more years, 3 more years, this guy going to be peak. He's going to know how to shoot the 3-point shot. He's going to know how to come off of picks. He's going to probably grow another inch. He's 20 years old. He can still grow another inch or 2. But do we have 2 years to waste on him to put him here and then sign him again to another contract when he's not going to get no minutes? Those are things that the front office, not us. I'm not me. I'm down with whoever you put on the team. I'm down to vote. I'm down to volley for. You know what I mean? Would I like to see Bacone here? I said it already. I thought Bacone would be the guy coming off of Josh Hart, but now the Knicks have made some new changes. And now the Pat Man's job and Tyler Kohler's job is in jeopardy.
Yeah. Well, I know you want to. You got stuff to do, D-Rex. I appreciate you, my guy. As always, we got to see where it goes from here, man. This is going to be interesting, and unfortunately, in the next couple of weeks or next week or so, we might get some news that we don't want to see, but. Unfortunately, that's life in the basketball world. It's business life. And
we'll see what shakes out.
Yeah, but if the Knicks win a championship in the very end, we won't even be talking about it.
We ain't going to even remember this conversation.
We'll see how we get there.
I hope it turns out that way. But, this is the problem when you go all in this way. And we knew that once the Knicks traded for Cat, it was over. Like once the Knicks said let's do something and get Cat here with Brunson here and with OG and Macau, that's it. You can forget the young dudes. It's just they're trying to go for it. So I know it sucks, but it is what it is. All right. Well, I'm gonna open up the phone lines real quick for a little bit. So people like Randu, Lord Scientist, I know you tried to call. If you want to try to call back, I'm opening up the phone lines now. D-Rex, appreciate you as always, my guy.
Word up, D-Rex. Peace out.
All right. There you go. Once again, guys, now's the time. If you want to call in, the number is 347-305-7280. Once again, it's 347-305-7280. Let me see. Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell, is in the building. Shout out to you. In 4 years, our team will be older. Yeah, it will. That's true. Where was that? I think I saw something and lost it. It's okay. What's going on, caller? You are on live with SKF Know the Ledge. Your name and where you're calling from?
Randu 1973.
What up, Randy?
Yo.
What's happening, my brother?
The first thing I wanted to talk about was this whole thing about getting Giannis. Right now, I'm not really too much on bringing Giannis in right now because basically I want to see what this team got. But I will say this. If, and I do mean if, the Knicks is not in the finals this season, I am not opposed to explore a trade to bring Giannis to the Knicks next summer.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Knicks are too. That's a fact.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty smart, sound
I hope
idea.
that's not the case because I hope we are in the finals, going to be in the finals this season. But that's an if scenario, a very big if. The next thing I wanted to mention about a lot of people was talking about Mitchell Robinson starting. Well, with Mitch starting, that creates a problem, especially in the backcourt. Because, okay, if you got Mitch starting now, that means you're going to have Bridges at the 2. Now, if you got Bridges at the 2, we already got a whole lot of guards. That means between Brogdon, Deuce, Clarkson, they only going to get maybe no more than 15 minutes a game. If you got Bridges starting at the 2.
Yeah.
That's a valid point. That is a valid point. I mean, the one thing that I can say about Mitch starting is that it will help out the defense. I like what I've seen out there with Mitchell Robinson, Mikal Bridges, and OG Anunoby out on the court together. And I think the more time on the court together with those three defensive-minded players. Remember last year, the play of the season. Let's not forget the play of the season against Boston. Mitchell Robinson is out there with Tatum. He guards Tatum to the hole. He runs Tatum right into OG Anunoby to put the wall on Tatum. They push him sideways. Tatum goes up for the shot. Who comes in from the other side? Mikal Bridges to block the shot. That's the type of defense I want to see, and I think those three guys can do it. If anything else, I'm with whatever how they want to put it. I like Josh Hart. I like Mitchell Robinson, but my most famous lineup is the one with with Deuce McBride. Deuce McBride to me is the best player to put in that position because it lessens the second unit. Now you don't have to decide on Deuce McCall, Deuce Malcolm, Clarkson. Now you have Deuce in the starting lineup, and now you do have a true five unit in the second unit, if you want to call it that, with Clarkson, Malcolm Brogdon, Josh Hart as a small forward, power forward is Yabusele, and Mitchell Robinson at the center. And that lineup, that 5-man rotation, can substitute with the starting 5 rotation seamlessly. That's the only reason why I think Deuce starts. But I'm not the coach. I'm just a fan that's on the podcast. So what am I? Who am I to say what? Right?
Right. Uh-huh. Now, for me, the last 2 preseason games, I would like to see Deuce start.
I would. I'm with you.
The next 2 preseason games to see what that kind of looks like.
That's not a bad idea. I think it's something they should consider. Whether or not they do it or not, I don't know, but I would definitely be with it to see how they look and how the offense looks.
I mean, we kind of seen it the last game when they played with Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson, and they implemented Deuce in there. That Deuce was the guy who came around Jalen Julius Randle's back to steal the ball. So if you want to see what it looks like, that could be what it could be look like if you start Deuce, I believe, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Right.
That's a good point.
Right.
Well, we'll see. What else you got, Randu?
One last thing. Okay. All the talk about trading Dottie and Kohler. I'm gonna say like this. Unless we trade Dottie and Kohler for someone that can play and get minutes, then I don't think we should do it. Because if we're going to trade Dottie and Kohler just to make room for Shamit or Matthews, they not going to get no playing time either. So if that's the case, we might as well just keep Kohler and Dottie.
You could be right about that, Randu. That's 100% true. That to let these guys go to see if they're going to get minutes on the court is going to be sparse, especially for Shamit. I think Shamit fills in for Malcolm Brogdon when he doesn't play, but I think Malcolm Brogdon has a significant setup in the second unit. I believe he's getting 12 to 18 minutes a night easily. You know what I mean? With him playing and on back-to-back games, I think he'll be on the mindset of what how they'll do Robinson would send him out. Don't play back-to-back. So if it's an overtime game, he won't play the next game or something like that to preserve him, because we do not want him out here 28 minutes to play basketball on the court to give him more chance of injury. I mean, injury can happen at any time, but the last time on the court to be out there to injure yourself. I mean, everyone talks about him in the last 5 years or so. I mean, you can't really say he hasn't played. The year that he won the sixth man of the year, he played 65 games or something like that. I think it was 60-something games. So, you know, I mean, in the last 5 years, yeah, he did play 65 games, and I don't remember, but I think he played in the playoffs for them as well. If we could get 65 games of Malcolm Brogdon plus the playoffs, I'm in. For $2 million, I'm down. I'm down. So, I mean, that's the thing, the caveat to, because the big thing we have to look at is Tyler Kolek or Pacone next year. I think they come up for their signing. Is the Knicks going to sign these two guys again? Are they going to really give Pacone a bigger contract than he has now? Are they going to really give Tyler Kolek a bigger contract that they have now, and they haven't played no basketball? I
think they'll become free agents in 2027.
Is it 27? Okay. I thought it was next year. Next year is they have 1 year left, but that's the option year, right? Yeah, I think that's the option year. Yeah, they can sign them next year. All right, well, you know, I don't know what the Knicks going to do, but that's a good option to have. I'll tell you that. And if you do sign the three guys that we're talking about, Shamit, Malcolm, and Garrett, next year they'll be off the contract anyway, so the money will go back into the kitty. That's another 8 to $10 million, something like that. So I mean, that's another caveat. And Pacone, I like Pacone's game, but we got somebody in the G League right now. I mean, we got somebody on the team. When I'm saying G League, on the team, Muhammad, that's going to be able to duplicate whatever Pacone is doing. And we do have someone in the G League, which we could bring up next year as a new player. What they call the new players again? Rookie as a rookie player, and Pate. You know what I mean? They put him in the G League, and then next year they could bring him up as a rookie player and sign him to a small contract, and that'll take the place of Tyler Kohler.
I just hope be able to hold on to Pete.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Because
there's no guarantee there. We could lose Pate.
That's a fact.
Oh, and
now see McCullough, McCullough, Jemison, and the guy from the Nets, they're signing two-way, so we ain't got to worry about them.
Yeah, and I was gonna say the other thing about Dink Pate is he's currently 20 years old. His birthday's in March. I mean, he's currently 19. His birthday's in March. He'll be 20. I just wanted to put that out there. But you're still young. That's not a problem. But he's not as young as maybe some people thought. But he's still young. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. And I see what you're saying, Randu. Right. Either way, but here's the difference. I think this is the only difference that the Knicks think. If they trade Kolek and Dadier, for example, or trade one of them to free Dadier to free up the space to keep Shamet. Most likely Shamet's not going to play a lot anyway. You're right. But the difference is if anything happens, unfortunately, and by chance the Knicks get hurt, knock on wood, they feel much more comfortable with a Shamet and Brogdon filling in than a Dadier and Kolek filling in. That's the point. So,
well, if you start Mitch, believe me, it's gonna take a lot of injuries for Shamet to get some playing time.
I don't think he's gonna get steady minutes. I don't think he's gonna get I don't think he's gonna get a steady 12, 14 minutes, but I do believe that Shamet is going to get the minutes that's going to be opposite of Mikal. So when Mikal is not playing, or Mikal looks like he's not having a good game, or it's a back-to-back, or it was an overtime game the last night or the night before last, I think Shamet will have those minutes. I don't think he's going to have consecutive minutes, but I think he's going to have sparing minutes. Now, if you're talking about getting Garrison in there, that's going to be a whoopsie-doo trying to get him into the game. And I mean, that's when you compare Shamet against him. So those two guys are probably neck and neck at trying to make the team right now, because both of them are on non-guaranteed contracts. So that's the idea to look at who's if we're not looking at the three guys, if we're only looking at one guy, who is Shamet or this other guy who's gonna step up? 6'5" against 6'4", someone that we know or someone that we know is good.
Right. And the other thing too is remember, Shamet is not like one of the key members in the rotation, but he's not that far out of the rotation either.
Right.
Mike Brown already said he's going to play 10, right? Guess who 11 is? Shamet. And Mike Brown's teams, sometimes he plays 11 people. So it's not like, I mean, right now you've seen him play preseason games and he's playing like 17.
Facts. 19.
So, he's trying to get everybody some burn.
In a blowout, he will play a lot of players in a blowout.
I hear you. I wouldn't be surprised, guys, if we see Shamet get 10 minutes or so on a given night with the way Mike Brown is using the team. So I wouldn't think I think he'll find a way to keep guys somewhat fresh. And then the other thing too is, as we said before, remember the difference between one of the main differences between Thibodeau and Mike Brown is Mike Brown will make adjustments on the fly. He is willing to change something up right then and there. He doesn't need like to leave the game, go watch the tape, and then come up with a new adjustment for the next game. He will make in-game adjustments. So yeah, I mean, you just got to let it play out. You never know. You never know what's going to happen and how it's going to work until we get into that moment where we're able to see it unfold. All right, man. Well, hey, Randall, listen, man, I appreciate the call, my brother. Sorry it took so long to get you to call in. I was trying to get through stuff, and but I appreciate you waiting around to have your chance to call in. Thank you, bro.
Great questions, Randall. Great questions.
What? Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Randall?
I was just gonna say, man, you and Shy, both y'all, have a good weekend.
Hey, you too, my brother.
Thank you,
take
brother. Thank you.
yourself.
All right.
It's gonna be rainy,
right.
but at least we all right.
Yeah. It ain't nothing heavy though.
Nah, it's all right. We get through it. It's that time.
Yeah. I'm still about to make me some soup. I'm about to go upstairs, make me some soup today.
All right.
I think
All right, Randy.
like
Take it easy.
Y'all, man.
Yeah. Later, brother. All right. Once again. Oh, hey, there you go. Caller. Oh, wait. Did I lose him? Caller, you there? No, I guess I'll wait. I think I might have picked it up too fast before it connected. I apologize, caller. Please call back. Let's see. Okay. Shut up. Uh-oh. This might be another caller. Different number. All right. Caller, you are on live with Know the Ledge. Your name, where you calling from?
Ron, what's up, man? It's Divine Shot Power.
Hey,
I'm sitting here listening to this great content y'all spitting out there. I just wanted to chime in a little bit, man, and holler at you guys, man. I'm right here sitting here just enjoying the show.
Hey, appreciate you, my guy. A pleasure to have you call in, my guy. What's on your mind? What's your thoughts about all this stuff we've been talking about?
Okay, real quick. Let me say salute to the chat real quick. Those salute to everybody in the chat, man, in the building. Make sure y'all hit them buttons, man. Hit them buttons. I see them buttons flying up in there, man. Like, subscribe for your brother, man. You know what he's trying to get to. But yeah, I got an interesting thought. Ron Shaw Powell in the chat. Real quick on the Giannis thing.
Mm-hmm.
Anunoby, and I love Mitchell Robinson. That's my guy. Y'all already know I'm a homer. But if you tell me that you couldn't get Anunoby 30-something million, 12 million from Mitch, maybe Mike got to throw a coma or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Not saying they would do it, just using the scenario. You have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you will have to do that for this reason. My man Giannis is a bona fide superstar. Forget all this shooting. His numbers don't lie, man. This man is. You could put Mitchell Robinson and Anunoby's number together. They still don't equal Giannis's numbers.
That's true.
You understand what I'm saying?
That's
and
true.
You can't trade him for Cat. That's just a lateral move to me, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense. It's really a lateral move. You know what I mean? I don't think you're making the Knicks better, but I guarantee you trade, if you could get Mitchell Robinson on his fine contract, which is about to leave, and Anunoby making, if they were to do that, you throw in another a player, I guess, for Coleman, somebody to get the $50 million, whatever. You got to do that for the reason that Giannis compliments my man, Big Cat, and Jalen Brunson. Because who would you rather have, Mitchell Robinson, Big Cat, or Big Cat, and Giannis? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And Mitchell Robinson don't shoot no three-pointers either. But Giannis is, I mean, he would compliment them dudes like no other. And I don't think it'd be a team in the league and mess with that front line. Giannis is an inside player. Cat is an outside player. They both could rebound. Giannis' defense just as good or better than Mitch and OGs too. I mean OGs too in a sense. I mean, I just say all that to say I think people not Giannis is bona fide. I mean, his numbers, man, don't lie, bro. I mean, this cat would make the Knicks hard to beat. I mean, that three-headed monster like that. But to me, with Towns, Cat, Giannis, and Brunson, and Abel with Mikal Bridges still there. But if you had to give up Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson, you got to do that.
Oh yeah,
I think I would. For those two, I think I would do it. If you're talking about giving up, if you could still keep majority of the core, I hate to say I want OG to go. I hate to say I want Mitch go. I hate to say they might have to put Deuce in there or Pacone and Tyler or whatever they had to do. Put this. They can't even add this pick this year, so they will have to trade somebody to get some picks to give them to them. But if you're talking about those two guys, yeah, I don't want to give up Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, or on and on, especially all these wings that we've been craving for, and now we trading them away. No, I don't want to do that. Well, if you can get away with OG and Mitch, and I might could be talked into that one.
And listen, real quick, them two dudes. Let me tell you something. That's a disrespect to Giannis Antetokounmpo. Anunoby ain't no Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That's true.
That's coming from a homer.
We cannot cite that man like that. Don't nobody in the NBA in this world will pick Mitchell Robinson or Anunoby over no Giannis Antetokounmpo.
That's a fact. Only a Knicks fan.
That dude is. I mean, this cat had a playoff run where he scored almost 343 or 4 in a row, 40-point games in the playoffs against the Nets and dropped a 50. And I mean, the kid numbers last year was 33 something. I'm saying. So I like to say we would have to look at that. And he got 2 years left on the deal. You get rid of Anunoby's 5 years, 200-something million. Mitchell Robinson is expiring. So even if you kept Mitch, you give him $20 million next year. But Mitch is $20 million next year, and Anunoby contract right now is what Giannis could be making next year.
Yep.
So I think the Knicks would have to look at that. I wouldn't have a problem with that. That way you could keep the other younger guy, because now Brogdon, you're giving up 3 for 1 almost or something like that, or 2 for 1. That way you get to keep Brogdon in the lineup. You can keep Sham in there and still keep Pacone, because now you moved out 2 players. Now that Brogdon and Sham space can become pretty much in the rotation. And I don't know, it's interesting, man. We'll see how it goes. And my last question was, but Daddy and Kolek, ladies and gentlemen, I love them guys, man. But you got Muhammad the Warrior, you got McCullough, them dudes is not gonna help the Knicks this year. So I understand where you come from, Ron. And it's not that we don't love the young guys, but you know what? Them guys is not gonna see the floor like that. So let them go somewhere and get a chance to blossom somewhere else, grow their game, get them some money, get their bag, and have an NBA life and sell a career, because Tyler Colton is not going to see the floor. You got 4 point guards in front of him who literally could play point guard anyway. Clarkson, Deuce Brogdon, and Jalen Brunson all could play the point guard in this type of NBA nowadays. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's not, so I think it's going to be tough with Daddy and Tyler Colton, because I just think that they're in championship mode, and I think the Knicks is really ready to go for it. So let's see. But I just want to call over the 2 things, man. Thank y'all for hearing me out. Salute to everybody. Ron, my brother, good to see you, man. I'm going to get on this joint sooner or later. If you see him on the phone now, next week I might be on the panel. You know what I mean?
No doubt, my brother. Hey, man, I appreciate you taking the time to call in, man. And you guys, you and Shaq, keep doing your thing, man, giving us the pregame and the postgame now. Like I said, man, keep doing your thing, getting us right. Appreciate the call, my brother.
Yeah, man. Y'all have a good one. Salute to the chat, man. Peace.
All right,
you already.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's the thing. And Divine's right. I mean, you can't downplay the gravity of
Giannis.
Giannis is. I mean, he's a monster. And it's true. You can't think that you could just get him for nothing. Let me pick up the call real quick and I'll finish. Caller, what's going on? You are live on Know the Ledge. Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, it's Juan, South Carolina. You already know.
Hey, man, you've been missing in action. What up, Juan?
You already know. It's league season now, but I gotta come back.
I hear that. Hold on 1 second. Let me just finish this quick thought, and then we'll get to what you want to talk about, my brother. So,
all
right. Yeah, you can't downplay what Giannis brings, but I will say that I'm okay with it. I just will not trade Brunson for him. And I just don't think that you should trade Cat for him either. You should try to have him pair with those guys in order to make something special here. If I had a choice, I'm not doing both. I mean, I know I've said a lot of what I'm not doing, right? And you can't not do anything, or you're just not going to have a trade. But I think there's a way that the Knicks can make the trade where Milwaukee gets something out of it, and you don't trade Brunson. That's out. Forget it. You don't have to trade Cat, and you don't have to trade both OG and Macau. I think the Knicks have to find a way to keep one of them dudes. And I think what Divine proposed is a way to get there. But I said already, last ditch effort, last case, scenario is the Knicks actually offering up OG and Macau. But I wouldn't do that. That would be my final offer if nothing else worked. And if I really want Giannis to be here, that's the last offer. But if you could trade OG and Mitch, and obviously maybe you got to overpay a little bit with some other people though, like maybe some draft picks and maybe some young players that you thought you might be able to develop here. Maybe they got to go. I don't know, but I'm not getting rid of all these other dudes. Like I got to keep something intact for us to be able to win. But yeah, that's just my thought on it. But he's definitely right. Giannis is a difference maker. I'm not going to say he isn't, but he makes no difference if you have to trade Cat or Brunson to get him. There's no difference. What are you doing? So Juan, what's going on, my brother? What's on your mind? Hello, Juan, you still there? Uh-oh. I hate he just hung up. Maybe he'll call right back in. I lost him. Let's see. But yeah, that's the thing. Like that's all I really wanted to say. Once again, I'm not questioning whether we should make a move to bring him in. I'm just saying if we're gonna do it, we need to do it the right way. You don't hustle backwards, right? That's the term. Don't hustle backwards. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me see here. Oh, okay, no problem, Juan. That's all right, my brother. That's all right. You back in the fold though. We'll get you back eventually. Nick Yak says Giannis can't win chip alone, gutting the team. That's fair. I hear you. Knicks Nation 112 says, why is no one talking about trading Josh? Well, that's what I mean. Like when I said that if the Knicks traded Mitch and OG and they needed to add more to it, if Josh is the more, I'm okay with it. Josh is one of my favorite players here, but we're talking about Giannis. I'm willing to do that. I'm not gonna be opposed to it. I'm just telling you, Brunson is the untouchable, and Cat just doesn't make sense to me. So that's the reason why I wouldn't do those two. And I don't want to do both OG and Macau. But like I said, if it had to be done, that's my last offer. That's it.
I'm definitely not trying to hear that or talk about that with all the work that we had to put in to get OG Anunoby and to get Mikal Bridges. We at least have to keep one of them. And I think it will probably have to be Mikal. We have to keep OG will probably be because they're almost around the same position. Small forward, power forward ish. I think OG is playing power forward, small forward this year. So we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. What's going on, caller? You on live? Know the ledge. Your name and where you're calling from. Hello? Oh.
Turn your radio down in the background, your TV and stuff.
Oh, we lost them, but hopefully they'll call back. Latoria says, we are not going to get Giannis for role players. Let's be for real. To get him, it would be a gut on our end. It ain't worth it. We'd be right back to square one. And you know what? You kind of took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say something about that. Well, hold on. Craig says, Bron, so you like Bridges better than OG? No. Mm-mm. I just know that OG is actually probably like OG is a piece that a lot of teams want. And I'm not saying they don't want Bridges, but OG is better defensively than Bridges is consistently. You know, OG is special defensively at moments. And so you can't get that everywhere. And so that's why he's a little bit more attractive of a piece. Plus, he's got a little bit more height, which is never a bad thing. And he's starting to learn how to be better offensively. So OG is he's probably ahead of Bridges in that regard. Now, Bridges might have a better season than OG this year because of this new offensive style new offensive pace with Mike Brown. So, but I'm just saying, like, when you're trying to trade for somebody, OG might look like he is the preferred person. But that's why I told you, if I had a choice, I don't want to trade both of them. I want to keep one of them. I don't care. What if Milwaukee said, yes, we'll do the trade, but we want Mitch, we want Hart, we want Bridges, we want a couple of your young guys, and we want 2 or 3 picks. I'm not saying they would do that. Would I do it? Of course I'd do that. 100%. No problem. Done. But I don't think Milwaukee will go for that. Milwaukee does want some they want a little meat on the bone. As to what Latori was saying, they're not just going to do it for just anybody. Now, I would say that OG is a good starting point. And Mitch is not bad to add to the mix, but you're going to need to add some more to that mix. I don't know what they would do, but you would need more. You would definitely need more.
You definitely have to reconsider trading. It's not even the fact about. I mean, of course, it would be more, but you would also have to consider a Josh Hart in a trade to gather some picks. Because in order to get this to make this happen, you would have to get some picks from somewhere. So some team that if it's Josh Hart or if it's it got to be one of your lesser ones to get the pick or two, because you can't trade OG to a team because Milwaukee might want OG, or so the picks that you would have to pick another additional or give them 3 young guys plus 5 second-round picks. You talking about giving them Deuce, Pacone, and Tyler plus OG and Mitchell Robinson with Deuce. Yeah, I would hate it, but now we have to go to work real quick because now we got to build back up the lineup. Now we went from having 14 players, now we're down to 10, 11.
That's a fact. And the other thing too is what if if the Knicks can obviously get it done on their own, but we're not giving up what we need to give up to get it done. But if we don't get it done in that way, we obviously could go out and ask for a third team. There's other ways to finagle the trade. Maybe we're giving them Mitch and OG and they're getting something else from another team that makes it attractive to them. I don't know. Look, as I said before, guys, this is some of y'all might have come in late. One of the things I said earlier today is I don't put a lot of faith in the brain power over there in Milwaukee. I don't know what I don't know what they might ask. I don't trust them. So yeah, and yes, Giannis helping might really work in our favor. He would have to tell. Yeah, someone was just saying it. Craig was like, yeah. Milwaukee has no leverage because Giannis will tell other teams, I'm going to be a rental because as soon as the contract is over, I'm leaving to the Knicks, so they have to accept Bridges, etc. Maybe. But, like I said before, that doesn't always work. It can work, but some teams call you bluff. Jimmy Butler tried to do it, and it did not work for Jimmy. Jimmy wanted to go to Phoenix, and, Miami might have looked into it real quick, and then when it didn't, work for them, okay, we're going to ship you to Golden State. So you just never know. You never know. All right. Well, I think that's pretty much it for the phone lines right now. Let me shut her down. It's been a pretty good show, pretty long show. I think we got to really, do some things here, talk about some stuff. And yeah, this is one of those where we're gonna keep watching it, man. We're gonna keep watching it. What if there's a way where the Knicks do? Nah, this is too soon. We're not ready for this. But what if we were able to do a 3-way trade with like Milwaukee, Utah, and we were able to ship Kolick and Dadier and some other stuff to Utah, and they were able to ship back a Walker Kessler or somebody to Milwaukee. Then we have to flip it around. We could send them OG, send them Josh Hart, and I don't know. I don't know exactly who we'd send, and some picks and some other stuff. I don't know. But all I know is, and then, obviously we'd probably have to send young players to Utah if they still want young players like that. But then again, they may want, NBA ready talent now. Maybe they're done with tanking. I don't know. But whatever. I'm not going to stress it too much, guys. There's going to be plenty of content creators that come up with all types of trade scenarios and figure out what works and how can we make it happen. I can't really rack my brain about it right now because I'm too focused on this Knicks season and enjoying Knick basketball for what it is now. I would say, as a fan base, we need to just, stay tuned and watch it all play out. But for now, let's go Knicks. And let's worry about what we actually putting on paper and doing currently with our roster.
Facts.
I don't know, bro. No. You know why he can't do it? Because we all know about it. See, the reason why that Luka trade worked with the Lakers is nobody knew Luka was available. They did it in the quiet of night, like a thief in the night. Everybody knows that Giannis might not be happy in Milwaukee. So everybody's already putting their silent packages together. And they probably, if they know each other, they've already reached out to Milwaukee's ownership. Yo, do not move Giannis without giving us a shot. So that's the problem when the teams know about it. Nobody knew about Luka, so that stinks. The Lakers got one up on everybody once again. Yeah, man, it is what it is. Thank you, Darlene. Appreciate you as always. Thanks for everybody tuning in. I hope the guys don't focus on it. Geraldine's like, this could hurt the morale of the team. I hope the guys are not thinking about this and just focused on playing basketball. And I'm sure Mike Brown is telling them, don't worry about any of this stuff. And it's not easy to do a blockbuster trade like that anyway. This stuff don't happen overnight. So
No.
I wouldn't worry about it, man. I wouldn't worry about it. If it's going to happen, it'll happen in due time. So yeah. All right. Well, hey, Shah, your final words, my brother. And once again, I appreciate you making the time to join me as always. Good conversation. We had good talks today.
Yes, it was. It was very, enlightening stuff that's going on and what could go on for the New York Knicks. Thank you for giving me your time on your platform to let me elaborate my thoughts and how I feel about the New York Knicks. Salute to the family in the chat. Let's hit them like buttons. Let's hit them subscribe buttons. Let's get this guy over to 10,000 subscribers. He is well worth. I don't even know why he's not at 10,000 already. So let's get him there this year, at least before the trade deadline this year. I think you were what 8,000 now, Ron, something like that.
No, we just hit 7,000 not too long ago.
All right,
so
let's get close to 10,000 by the trade deadline for Ron and this great platform that he has over here that keeps us off the ledge every weekend when we come on here and stuff like that. Well, I appreciate coming on so much because sometimes I'm on the ledge too. So with that being said, salute to Ron. Check us out. We'll be on Monday. Knicks Real Talk right here. We'll be on Monday with the pregame for the preseason game. I think the game is at 7:30, so we'll be on at 6:30. And the next night we'll be on for the post game at about 8:00 at night. So come in, check us out. If you like what you see, if you like what you're hearing, come salute. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, the same lingo that we all use around here. And Ron, thank you for having me on your platform again. I'll see you again, my brother. I'm going to jump off now so you can close out. Peace.
All right, my brother. Appreciate you.
You're ready.
All right. Yeah, man. I want to thank everybody once again for joining me and being on the show on the panel. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to my guy Sha. Shout out to Jay Chosen. Excuse me. Shout out to D Rex. Shout out to Randu. I know he was trying to get on the live panel, but at least he was able to call in. Where is it? Shoot, I don't think I can find it. Did I start? Maybe I started. That'll be good of me, right? I didn't. Oh well. Anyway, let me get these out too. Hold on one second. I didn't forget you, my brother. I was looking for. I got you, Parrish. Just where is this? Oh man, I lost. I should have started. Well, anyway, shout out to L. Dammit in the building. Pew pew. Pew pew pew. Thank you as always. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to my guy Divine for calling in. Thanks, my brother. Shout out to Juan, who I know was trying to call in and say some stuff, but his connection wasn't working too well. Appreciate you, my guy. And shout out to Lord Scientist. I know he tried to call in before the phone lines was up, so I could see there was a missed call from him. I apologize, my brother. I know you probably at this point, you're doing some other stuff. I'm sorry about that, my guy. I'm gonna figure it out. But Monday, I'm definitely gonna have people call in if I do the show. I know the Knicks have a preseason game. We'll see. I don't know how it's gonna work out yet. It's preseason. Regular season, I make an effort to have the show come on no matter what, even after the game. It's preseason. I don't know yet. I'll think about it. We'll see. But I just want to thank everybody. And as Shah says, you know what I mean? Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knick fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 for Know the Ledge, yours truly, or on Mondays for SKF Weekly. Usually with my boy John and my brother Jose holding it down on the ones and twos. Stay tuned. It's going to come back to, we're going to be three amigos in full swing again very soon. But yeah, man, I appreciate all you guys showing love and supporting the show. Please smash the like button if you haven't already. And like I said, whenever you're on X or Facebook, share out with the rest of your peoples. Let them know we're here rocking. And if you don't know what the like button looks like, it looks a little something like this. Thank you guys. Thanks so much. Yeah, man. It's a lot going on. So it's a very impactful season. I think it's going to be fun. I can't wait to watch it all play out. We're going to have a lot to talk about all year. Speculation is going to be crazy. Trade talks is going to be wild. And the Giannis news hanging over our heads is going to be, oh man, nonstop. But in the end, the bottom line is the players that are here have to go out and do the damn thing. We need to support them because this is our team. We can't talk about the what ifs. We have to worry about the what is. So yeah, man, continue to support, guys. Thank you so much for everything that you guys do. Let me get to these super chats real quick before I get out of here. Oh, shout out to Giannis. Shout out to Giannis. Shout out to Paris Duggar. He said Giannis jaw types are nothing when refs swallow the whistle. Come playoff time, if Giannis was a Knick, he would never get calls. Giannis for cat only. I can dig it. We got another one. Hey. Okay. Paris says, LOL, as soon as Minnesota clamped down on the D, they panicked and ran to Brunson to get offense. All that share the rock only works when in no pressure times. You're right. For now, it's true because they haven't really adopted it and got it down yet, bro. It's going to take them a little time to get it down. And yes, they're going to have to revert to Brunson or maybe even Cat to bail them out when stuff gets a little too pressure packed. You're not wrong for now, but eventually they'll get it down and they'll be able to move everything the right way. But for now, they're going to have to lean on what they know. Yeah, you ain't wrong. I hear you, brother. Once again, I appreciate the super chats, my guy. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody once again. Appreciate all the love and support. We'll see, man. I'm excited. Knicks preseason. Next game is on Monday versus Charlotte, right? Wait, is it Charlotte or hold on. Is it Charlotte or the Wizards? I forget which one is which. Hold on. Monday is Wizards, right? Wizards. Okay. 7:30 at Madison Square Garden versus the Wizards. So definitely tune in, man. It should be pretty fun. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. All right, guys. Once again, thank you for everything. Continue to support the shows, not just my show, but all the shows in the Knick community. And look out for Knicks Real Talk on Monday night, or Monday before the game, and then also after the game, man. Thank you guys once again. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. At least it stopped raining and cleared up a little bit, so that's good. It's a little cool, but it's okay. It is what it's fall weather. So take care of yourselves, and remember, no matter what, the ups and downs, the good, the bad, we are still Knick fans. And don't forget, be good. But if you can't be good, guess what? Be good at it. You already know. I'm out. Take care, y'all. I'll catch you on the next one.